All right, welcome everyone. And we will be calling this meeting to order. This is the remote public informational hearing for related to town meeting articles. And glad you can all join us. This is, as you know, a little bit new to us, this format. So we might have some glitches, hopefully not many if we do. And we're glad you're here. So I'm going to read some guidance from the Vermont League of Cities and Towns related to remote public meeting. And this is the opening of the meeting. As chair of the Putney Select Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by Governor Scott as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and pursuant to Addendum 6 to Executive Order 01-20 and Act 92, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. In accordance with Act 92, there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the temporary amendments to the open meeting law, I confirm that we are A, providing public access to the meeting by telephone, video, and through BCTV, with additional access offered through Comcast channel 1085 and YouTube. We are using Zoom for this remote meeting. All members of the Putney Select Board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if desired, participate in this meeting by logging into the town website at www.putneyvt.org. Go to the town clerk page, annual town meeting page, click on annual town meeting warning. Section B, providing public notice of instructions for accessing this meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing this meeting, including how to access the meeting using Zoom in our posted meeting agenda, as an insert with absentee ballots and on the cover of the town report. Instructions have also been provided on the town website at www.putneyvermont.org and iPutney. Section C, providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during this meeting if there are problems with access. If anybody has a problem, please contact Jonathan Johnson, the town clerk, at 387-5862, extension 13, or email clerk@putneyvermont.org for technical support. Please note that all voting will take place by Australian ballot on March 2nd, 2021 at the Putney Fire Station from 10 a.m. until 7 p.m. Ballots can be brought to Town Hall and dropped in the secure lockbox at the front door of Town Hall, or you can bring your ballot on March 2nd, 2021 to the fire station until 7 p.m. Secure lockbox will be checked throughout the day on March 2nd, 2021, up until 7 p.m. All right, so next we're going to, do we have any adjustments to the agenda?
I have none.
Okay, good. So I am going to read our statement of the 2020 Community Service Award, unless somebody else wants to.
I'm happy to if you feel like you might want to break, because you're probably going to be talking a lot.
Barra wrote it, okay. so if that would be great. Yeah, thank you.
The 2020 Community Service Award. The Town of Putney Select Board is proud to recognize the many organizations, businesses, and individuals who stepped up so fully and creatively to help other residents through the ongoing coronavirus pandemic. We especially wish to recognize our long-standing local social service organizations other existing groups that went beyond their normal duties, and groups that were created specifically to respond to the difficulties of living through a pandemic. Putney Community Cares, Putney Community Center, Putney Food Shelf, Putney Fire Department, Putney Post Office, Putney Mutual Aid, Putney businesses and nonprofits, and all essential workers. Thank you.
Maybe just a moment to ponder that.
Yeah.
And what a year it's been. It's been tough. All right. Introduction of Facilitator Meg Mott. Meg already briefly introduced herself, but Meg, if you want to say anything more about how you're going to participate in this.
Great. Thank you, Josh. And thank you, Select Board. Normally, I am the town moderator and I have the gavel and I bring the meeting to order, but this is a different year. Yeah, I was also quite moved by the Community Service Award to really think of all the work that everybody's been doing to help each other survive this difficult pandemic. If this was a town meeting that we were all gathering in, there would also be a moment to reflect on the citizens and the voters and the residents of Putney that we lost this last year. So I'm just holding those, as I'm sure all of you are, in your heart, because this has been quite a year for all of us. So thank you, Select Board, for asking me to facilitate this meeting. I wanted to first start by thanking Court Trowbridge and all the wizards at BCTV who are making this possible. And also really to thank the Town of Putney, who that's Jonathan, Karen, Kim, and Alyssa, who've also been making this meeting happen and making our town happen. Although you're not going to see all of those special town people on your screens, they are behind the scenes here because we are engaged in coming to you live from the village of Putney. Some of us are in the library, some of us are in the town hall, and it's our job today to make it possible for us to think about the decisions we'll be making either through the mail or through your offline ballot, what do we call them? Mailed in ballots, or if you decide to go to the fire department on Tuesday to vote. So before we get into a little bit more of the details of how we'll be running the meeting, I just wanted to go over the technology because we have new demands on citizens now. It's not enough to be able to find your voice, to take your position on an issue. With technology, we are required to master Zoom. So when you came into this meeting, all your audio should be muted. We're asking you to keep your audio muted. If you are coming in through a phone, that requires using the *6 feature on your phone. That's what you use to mute and unmute. If you are coming in through a laptop or an iPad or something of that sort, please just make sure that your audio is muted. Otherwise, we get too much ambient noise. Your video should also be off, and BCTV via Nolan Edgar is behind the scenes. So should you wish to speak, your audio will be turned on and your video will be turned on as well. Please make sure that your name is correct. And if you look at the left-hand side of your screen, down in the corner, you should see your own name. You'll have a few minutes to fix that. If you need to rename yourself, you use the participants feature down at the bottom of your screen if you're on a laptop. And that's how you can fix any problems with your name as it's currently displayed. The whole way that you get to participate in this information session has to do with a little feature that's here on the Zoom world, and that's called raised hands. You can find that feature either under reactions at the bottom of your screen or under participants. That's the feature that I'll be looking for to call you. And once I say your name, Nolan, the wizard behind the scenes, will unmute you and make it possible for you to be seen. So that's the only way that you can get my attention. If you use the chat feature, because many places have used chat to get other participants' attention, I won't see it. It's all I'll be able to focus on are the raised hand features in the participant list. So don't use chat to try and get my attention. It won't work. Please use the raised hand feature. And so, yeah. And Alan, it looks like you may need to mute yourself. Oh, you did. Fantastic. Yeah, this is what we're all learning to do. And you have a First Amendment right. So I don't want to stress this too much. Yes, you can speak if you wish to speak. But if you are unmuted, then we pick up all sorts of ambient noises. And after you're done speaking, then if you could remute yourself, or that may be done by the wizards behind the scene. So this is what the technology is going to require of us. Mastering the raised hand, being careful when we're muted and when we're not muted, and listening to what people are saying. So even though this is not a town meeting, we are not deliberating. Unfortunately, voters do not have the same power that they do have in a town meeting where you can change the articles. You can make amendments. You can make amendments to amendments. In this public information meeting, it's basically you have to order off the menu. There is nothing, I'm sorry, you have to vote according to the menu, according to the words that are on the ballot. You can't order off the menu. So we will be going through each one of these articles one at a time. And I am asking that people do not speak for a second time on an article unless everybody else in the queue, because I'll be able to see the queue, has spoken. If there's still some time left and we're giving about half an hour per article, if there seems like there's still a lot of interest and people have not spoken, they're in the queue, I will allow for more voices to be heard. So because we don't have any feature like call the question, there is no way to formally stop the discussion. It's really going to be me keeping track of the energy in the room, the fatigue in the room, particularly for the select board, who is going to be answering some of your questions, I'm sure, and also my own fatigue. So I may need to take breaks from time to time because we can't stop discussion by calling the question. And one other thing I just wanted to mention is even though we aren't actually deliberating today, I'm asking everyone to please assume goodwill on the part of all participants, even if you don't share the opinions of others or you aren't happy with an answer that is given, assume that each person is providing what we need to make better decisions as voters to the best of their ability. And I'm also asking people to be conscious of time when they are asking questions or commenting. If you could keep those questions, comments under 5 minutes, that would be great. We anticipate having a lot of participants on this call. And so being aware of the time you're taking to ask a question is super helpful. And I'm also, and this is, you may say, well, Meg, you're not my teacher. You're not my professor. You can't ask too much of me. That's absolutely right. However, I wanted to plant a seed. If we have a lot of people in a queue with their hands raised, that I'm asking everyone to listen to who speaks before you. this way, if you're able to say when you're asking a question, I agree with so-and-so who just said that, and I'd like to add a little bit. That way, all voters, because we're all wrestling with how to make the best decision. And what we're looking for are a sense of what the issues are. What is the nature of voting on each one of these articles? What's at issue? So any kind of clarity we can give each other for our very lonely votes, unlike what happens in town meeting, we're going to have very lonely votes one at a time in our own little way, filling out our ballots and putting it into the box. I wanted to turn it to Jonathan of our town clerk to explain what is happening with the voting this year. Can we get Jonathan on this call?
Here I am. Thank you, Meg. On Tuesday, there are really two elections. The first one is the town meeting election that we're discussing today. And all active voters in Putney were mailed a ballot. That's the yellow sheet. We encourage you to vote those and return them in the secured lockbox located at Town Hall that was obtained with state grant money at no expense to the town. We will be checking that box up until 7 p.m. on Tuesday. If you prefer to vote in person, the polls will be open at the fire station across from the co-op from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. I'm a little worried about having enough ballots, so that if you intend to vote in person, please bring the ballot you received in the mail. Turning to the school ballot, the Windham Southeast School District Board did not direct all voters receive a school ballot. So right now there were 1,700 plus town ballots mailed out and only about 200 of the school. So if you want to vote in the school, you have a couple options. You can swing by the office anytime Monday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and we can get you an absentee ballot. You can also vote on election day up until 7 p.m. on the school issues. The process at the polls will be a lot like it was in November at the general election. There is a mask requirement. There'll be one-way traffic. We ordered disposable golf pencils that you're free to take with you after you vote. We don't want those back. There'll be cleaning and sanitation crews cleaning every polling space. Please understand that we can only have limited capacity in the fire department, so there may be a little bit of a delay if many voters come at the same time. I'm happy to answer questions. The best way to get answers is to email me. I'm clerk@putneyvt.org. I get those emails to my phone and I answer them even on weekends, or my phone number is 387-5862, extension 13. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Jonathan. Yeah, so if anybody has any questions about any of the specifics around voting, please email Jonathan so that you can get those answers that you need to get your ballots in correctly or to vote correctly. Okay, well, let's get started. As I said, for those of you who may have come in just now, we are going to go through each of the articles in order as they appear on your ballot. I will refer to pages in your town report so that you can get more information as we're discussing each article. I'll be keeping some close track of the time, and we are at the moment hoping to be able to give a half an hour to each article. That way we will be able to get home before sundown. We will be taking a break for lunch unless everything goes much more quickly than we anticipate. But so we'll be somewhat flexible, always thinking about what do people need to know, aware of energy and fatigue amongst the people who are answering questions, the select board in particular, and as I keep repeating, if you have any questions as we go along, please use the raised hand feature. You can do not unmute yourself. I know that is what has been the standard procedure in our select board meetings, but given the number of participants on this call, if people start unmuting themselves, you won't be called by the moderator, and that's how you are able to participate in an orderly fashion through Zoom. So it's more about Zoom rules in some ways than Robert's rules, but I think the overall effect will be the same. So let us begin with Article 1.
Meg,
Yes,
can I
Josh.
back one? Is there any, you said that if somebody wants to speak, they need to raise their hand. Is there any function for the chat in this meeting? And
No.
or are we just discouraging people from using the chat altogether?
Thank you, Josh, for that question. So I will not be able to see chat and participants at the same time. So if you put something in chat, I won't see it. And the only way that BCTV can unmute you and turn on your screen is when I say the person's name or the last 4 digits of the phone. So chat is not going to be a useful tool for you in this meeting. Please use the raised hands, and raised hands is the only way that the moderator or the facilitator will be able to recognize you, and then BCTV will animate you, so to speak. Okay, so Article 1, to choose all town officers required by law to be elected by Australian ballot. And I'm now referring to the ballot itself. The first position that is open is for moderator. That's a 1-year position. I am running again. I've been the town moderator for, I think, the last 5 or 6 years, and very much enjoy doing this work for the town. I love Robert's Rules of Order. However, this is not to stop anybody who's here at this meeting to make a pitch for running for moderator, because you can always do a write-in campaign. Is there anyone here who wishes to raise their hand to be recognized to talk about running for the moderator position? Okay, so far this is good for me to see. To try out the raised hand feature and looking for a queue. I see nobody in the queue. So moving along to the next position, which is for the select board. This is a 3-year position. It is going to, we have 2 people who are currently on the ballot, Aileen Chute, Charles Raubicheck. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Aileen Chute, are you here? And would you like to say something about your candidacy? You may not campaign in the sense of saying anything against any other person who's running, but it would be great if you could introduce yourself and explain why you want this position. Aileen.
Okay, hi.
Yeah, hi.
First of all, can everybody hear me? Can you hear a full sentence?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. I have trouble with Zoom sometimes. With my myriad campaign funds, I purchased a teleprompter. So I'm going to be reading off the screen. I won't be looking at the screen. Hello, Putney. I deeply believe that local governance is the most influential factor in our lives, for better or for worse. And yet it is usually the most overlooked, with many elected positions remaining unfilled or uncontested. So I want to say thank you to Charles Raubicheck for putting his name into the hat for the open select board seat. Putney has seen no contested elections for select board, at least going back to 2014, and that is unfortunate. This isn't to say that we don't have good people on our board. We do, and we should all be grateful they are willing to serve. But not only does our local government depending on people stepping up, more than that, representative democracy depends on having choices.
Mm-hmm.
The discussion that has arisen from having those choices on the local ballot has been personally enlightening to me, and hopefully has generated discussion all over Putney. I believe Putney is best served when a select board is not only qualified, but also representative of all of us. I'm well versed in local Putney town governance, having served as your lister on the Planning Commission and recently as the chair of the Energy Committee. Excuse me. As a lister, I also sit on the Putney's Board of Abatement, which is a deeply humbling responsibility. Being a mother of 2 school-aged children attending the local public school, I am well aware of the struggles working parents go through on a day-to-day basis, especially during these extraordinary times. Local communities are being buffeted by forces outside of their control. Adverse events such as extreme weather caused by climate change, economic downturn, and political unrest test the fabric of our local communities. My vision for the Select Board is to help create a more sustainable and equitable Putney by collaborating with the many great and knowledgeable people on Putney's various commissions, committees, and nonprofits that share this goal. If I have learned anything in the past year, it is that governing is hard. Governing via Zoom is even harder. This new normal has strained all of us and created tensions amongst boards across the state that were not there when we could interact with each other within real spaces. I would like everyone to recognize and celebrate that disagreement and at times difficult conversations are at the heart of a representative democracy. We need to uphold that fundamental value, no matter what platform we are meeting on or who we are meeting with. Thank you for listening, and I hope to get your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Aileen. Charles Raubicheck, would you like to introduce yourself and explain why you're running for this position on the Select Board?
Start the video.
Great. We can hear you, Charles. We can't see you.
There I am.
Great.
Well, there I was.
Great. Now we can see you too.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Thank you, Eileen, for your kind words. I'm Charlie Raubicheck, and I've lived in Putney full-time since 2015. I'm a lawyer. I've had 44 years of legal experience in New York City. My specialties are administrative law and trial work. I've also had some significant board experience over the years. Currently, I'm on the board of Groundworks Collaborative in Brattleboro, the organization that serves the homeless in Windham County. I also have been on the board of Yellow Barn, the musical festival that we have every year, which is a well-renowned, internationally renowned, actually, festival in the music world. I have been, while I was in New York City, on the board of trustees of the Riverside Church, which is an internationally known interdenominational, interracial church that's been around for a long time. And during those years, I got to know William Sloane Coffin, who was a renowned anti-Vietnam War activist in his time. And I also was an elder on the board of elders of the Presbyterian Church that I belonged to in Brooklyn, New York, which historically was one of the churches that was instrumental in the Underground Railroad in helping folks from the southern part of the country who were enslaved to get to freedom. I'm running because I really want to get involved in local government, and particularly I want to contribute to the town as best I can based on my legal and board experience. I truly love the town. I intend to stay here for till they take me to the next kingdom. I thought about current issues facing the town, and two that spring to mind are the financial issue of controlling and managing costs in order to maintain or even lower possibly the tax burden that all of us face. Also, I strongly feel that the town, both through the select board and through other efforts, such as private committees, commit to a revival and revitalization of our center of town small businesses. When I first came to Putney, it was a vibrant scene. Every storefront was filled with folks who specialized in offering and selling a variety of products and provided access to a number of services related to those products. We now see in our downtown shuttered place after shuttered place, particularly just north of the general store. And I well know why this has happened. It's not only because of the effects of Irene, it's because of the effects of the 2008 recession. It's because of difficult economic times that small towns across America have faced and continue to face. But that does not mean that we need to stay where we are on this. We can attract small businesses. We can go out and essentially conduct I don't want to say public relations campaign, but an effort to lure small businesses to start or to move to our very unique and cultured and vibrant community that we all live in. I also think it would be useful for the town to spearhead a drive, perhaps through a public relations campaign or some other mechanism, to highlight the incredible arts organizations that we have here in town, maybe in a unified effort. Next Stage has come to be extremely well known in cultural circles, particularly in our state.
So Charles, sorry to interrupt. As a part of like staying within of introducing, if you could start to bring this to somewhat of a close, because I have to keep track of people not campaigning, which is something we're not allowed to do. So as much as you can just tell us about yourself is great, but you've given us good information.
Okay, I certainly will wrap it up.
Thank you.
With two other final thoughts. Number one, the Equity and Inclusion Committee and the efforts that have gone into and considerable thought that have gone into these issues are obviously an issue that has reached its time in towns across America. And I applaud the efforts of the existing committee in going forward with the Black Lives Matter mural, and look forward to them taking further steps, such as becoming part of the Sister Cities program, which has been around for a long time, where there's interaction between different communities, perhaps in different parts of the country, bring families here to exchange experience, to have some of our folks go down there. And ultimately, I just want to stress that I really am committed to doing this, to serving on the board as best that I can. And I certainly have the time to devote to this. I realize that the board has its hands full, has a lot of challenging issues. I'd like to do my part. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you to Charles and to Aileen for describing, for for the voters what they wish to bring to the select board and who they are. Is there anybody else here who wishes to put their name into the hat as a write-in candidate?
There you go, Boris.
If so, you just need to hit raised hand.
Do it for me.
Okay, I see no raised hands. So we will now move on to the lister. This is a 3-year position. At the moment, there is no one running to be a lister. Do we have anyone here who wishes to announce their candidacy for the write-in? I see lots of people here, 85, but no hands up. So we are still looking for a lister. The other position that you'll see on your ballot is for the cemetery commissioner. This is a 3-year position. We currently have no one running for the office. Is there anyone here who wishes to use the raised hand feature to run for cemetery commissioner? Natalie Brennan. Natalie Brennan, can we give Natalie Brennan audio and video?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity. I'm asking if you folks would write me in as a cemetery commissioner. I recently learned about this opportunity. I will say right up front, I have no town or official experience. I appreciate the cemeteries in Putney, and I would just like to use my time and availability to support the maintenance and the upkeep, and to support the mission of the commission, which is to preserve and maintain and protect all the burial sites in Putney. So they're beautiful. I'd like to help continue that and would be willing to serve. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Natalie Brennan. Natalie Brennan is somebody who is would like to be a write-in candidate. So please remember that name, Natalie Brennan, Brennan. Is there anybody else who wishes to run for the office of cemetery commissioner? I'm very excited. We're getting some names here. Okay, Josh, do you have a question before we keep going?
I just wanted to let particularly Natalie know, but others that even if you do not end up as a write-in, winning a write-in campaign, that those are positions that can be appointed by the select board. So please be in touch with the town hall, even if you don't end up with that through the ballot system.
Excellent. Okay, terrific. Thank you very much. We are now going to move on to Article 2 to elect 3 trustees to the Putney Public Library Board by Australian Ballot. There is a slate of candidates: Irene Canaris, Frankie Knibb, and Emily Moore. Does anyone wish to speak? Introduce yourself. There are also possibilities for being a write-in candidate. Irene, do you wish to introduce yourself? Okay, or Frankie, are you here?
This is Emily,
Yes.
the Putney Library Director. I believe that Meredith Wade was intending to attend and speak on behalf of the slate of candidates, but I saw that she was here, but I don't see that she is here anymore.
Yes, I am. I'm
great, good. Oh,
I'm
excellent.
here.
Excellent. And Meredith, thank you for using the raised hand feature, because that puts you at the top of my list. Meredith, would you like to give explain to the voters about the slate of candidates?
Yeah, just a sec. Let me get my. Yeah, thanks. I don't know why I was using the raised hand. But anyway, I'm glad you found me. So I am Meredith Wade. I'm the chair of the library board. And the first thing I want to say is that I would like to recognize the library as deserving of the Community Service Award that was previously mentioned. The library collaborated with many, if not all, of those town organizations that were mentioned, and definitely provided essential services to the community through this past year. So I just want to add the library to that list of being deserving of that award. And I also have three quick thank yous, and then I'll tell you about the candidates. I wanted to thank the library staff for their resourcefulness and creativity, Emily, Julia, and Susan, for reinventing the essential services such as curbside pickup for books, story time on Zoom, and family craft bags. And I also want to thank the board, all of our board members, for their very pragmatic and collaborative work to get us through this very challenging time. And to all of you, to all of Putney and all of our patrons for being so flexible and supportive of the library as we continue to meet the diverse needs of the community. Thank you so much for your investment in our library. And as you mentioned, Meg, we have three trustees who are up for election. Irene Canaris and Frankie Knibb are returning trustees. And we have Emily Moore, who'd be a new member joining the board. And I don't know if any of them would like to speak.
Would any of the slated candidates do they wish to speak? And it may take a moment or two before I recognize the raised hand. It pops up to the top of a list, but it appears no. Meredith, thank you very much for giving us some information, and I can also refer people to page 22 of the town report for more information about what our library has been doing for us this year. Is there anybody who wishes to be a writing candidate for the library board? If so, would you please use the raised hand feature? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, yes, Bara.
I'm not volunteering for the board. I wanted to thank Meredith. I would like to add the Putney Library to our official announcement next year to make sure that they're listed. I'm very sorry that we left them out. They obviously are doing an amazing job, and I love the library. So sorry for forgetting that. We're doing the best we can. Hopefully we can I think it'll be relatively easy to just add that to the list that I read out.
Yeah. All right, thank you. And there's something quite wonderful, Bara, about you just said where you are. The Putney Library is clearly a very important resource here. And so we can see that even if they were not listed in the community appreciation, boy, is the library clearly the center of the town. Okay, thank you very much. That was for Article 2. We will now move to Article 3. Shall the voters of the town of Putney authorize general fund expenditures for operating expenses of $1,344,755, of which $1,063,255 shall be raised by taxes and $281,500 by estimated revenues for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2022. You can find more information on this article and the general fund expenditures on page 24 of your town report. So please use the raised hand feature, which is either at the participant or under reactions at the bottom of your screen. If you're on a phone, you would use the *9 feature, *9 to raise your hand. Okay, excellent. I have the first name I've seen is Alan Blood. Alan Blood.
Hello. I was wondering if the select board would like to just speak for a minute or two about any significant changes in the budget over last year or any significant issues they had in presenting this budget to us.
Do you want me to start?
That might be, yeah. We're going to ask Karen Astley, town manager, to open that conversation.
So as we work through the budget, I do my best to try to level fund and try not to go up on the taxes. Unfortunately, this year, when I looked at the budget, I looked at the actual, and some of the revenue was higher than what we've been bringing in. So I had to reduce revenue. No municipality wants to do that, but it just, if I didn't adjust it, it would have sent a message out that, you know, we're not collecting it, so why have it in there? The other thing too is the biggest expense that raised expenditures is the fact that we had to borrow for the exhaust system at the fire department. So that payment alone for principal and interest is $21,978. The revenue that I had to reduce was $22,055. Everyone knows when we utilize budgets, you have to offset your revenue with your expenditures so they balance. And the only other thing I can say is, you know, there are some things in the budget. There's 2.4% COLA raise for employees. Our medical insurance was reduced by $4,000. We added the animal control officer $5,700 into the budget. And, you know, everything else, I either reduce expenditure, but some expenditures went up, like internet. So Fairpoint was, or SV Cable, excuse me, was bought out by Comcast. SV Cable offered the town a free internet service. So I had to bump those lines up as well. Fuel oil, I kept balanced, but electricity I raised, especially for the fire department. So as you go through your budget, the general fund, you can tell what went up and what went down, but that's basically it in a nutshell. So the overall increase for the general fund budget is $46,223.44, which makes it about 2 cents per 1,000 of a value assessed, your assessed value on a home. And we'll talk about that later because I don't have all the numbers to talk about tax rates.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else from the select board wish to respond to Alan's question? We have another question waiting in the queue.
I'd love to
David.
take a second if I could. The budget and expenditures in town are something that I've been interested in for a long time, and working with Karen and everybody else on the board here and the people that come to the select board meetings has been educational for me. And I know that going into COVID, we were all very concerned about lost revenues and have worked on this many meetings, and Karen spent a lot of time to level fund this. I know that was a big choice, a big motivation behind postponing the purchase of the fire truck. I know that we did a lot of things to try to keep this as affordable for everybody as we could, and the 2 cent change is pretty minimal considering the challenges we were up against. And it took a lot of time. We went over every line item, many meetings we went over this. And I want to thank Karen because she did the majority of that work. Karen and Alyssa did the majority of that actual work. And I feel good about what we did. And it's an ongoing process to try to keep this town affordable for everybody, because people want more services, and we have, as Charlie pointed out, we have lost businesses for the last bunch of years, and even though we don't have a business tax, those businesses brought money in from outside the community and helped people be able to pay their taxes. So it's something that we're all thinking about all the time. So, yeah.
Great.
Can I-
Thank you.
One more comment.
Yes, sure.
So although we do have line items budgeted, that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to spend that money. So our office is very conscientious about spending. And in a time of COVID right now, not knowing what revenue is going to be like in possibly the year 2022, if we don't need it, we won't spend it. So, I take the budget very seriously, and the revenue side of it, the majority of it is taxpayers' dollars. That's what we have to raise. And, so we're going to work hard to keep these numbers in line for many years. It's not easy, but we do the best we can.
Great. Thank you, Karen. Do we have another hand up? So is Josh, can I take one more question, or do you want to respond to this one?
Let me just say that, one other thing that is unusual in this year is that the amount of funding that will come to the municipality from the state is definitely different, and still unclear at this point. And that doesn't, in some ways, that doesn't directly affect the budget that we are looking at, but it does affect our ability to do some of the additional projects like paving projects or larger infrastructure projects that we might do. So again, that's sort of separate from this budget, but it plays a role in how much work will get done within this budget. One other thing I just wanted to highlight was that Karen might have said this, but I don't think she did. But last year, Article 8, we voted to approve the expenditure for that exhaust system in the fire department.
Yep.
So that wasn't an unexpected cost, but it adds on to our capital expenditures. So I just wanted to point that out.
Great. Thank you, Josh. So we have a hand up, Howard Fairman. Can we make it possible for Howard Fairman to speak? Howard, are you able to unmute yourself, or did BCTV allow you to speak?
Here we go, I think.
Excellent. Great. Thank you.
Good. A question to our select board and town manager. 2020 Putney Town Meeting voters approved your request to bond for a new fire engine. You then decided not to do so, stating during public select board meetings that our town of Putney is not financially healthy. Why is our town of Putney not financially healthy, and what have you done to restore its financial health?
Great. Is there somebody from the select board who wishes to answer Howard's question?
Do you want to start on that, David?
I could. All right, I'll start on it, and then maybe you two could finish it up. In the beginning of coming on the select board, my biggest concern was to take a good look at the fiscal health of the town, because it felt like, even though I was uneducated at the time, that we had a lot of long-term debt and reduced businesses in the community, and it felt like we were headed on a trajectory where, with increased costs for services, we were going to put more and more burden on the taxpayer. So I looked for some kind of metric to judge our fiscal health by, and we came up with a couple. One was a study from the Ethan Allen Institute done by David Fleming. Is that right?
Yes.
And we plugged, Karen, with help from some other people, plugged our numbers into that, and found out that in using various formulas that they use,
yes.
that we probably would be better served to head in a direction of having more unrestricted funds and less long-term debt, even though we were well under the cap for borrowing as mandated by the state. And so we started working on that to try to change the direction of the course of the town's finances. We also used the Vermont Bond Bank, right?
Yes.
And their criteria. And you could speak to those numbers better than I could. I know that, I believe your statement, Howard, of not being, I can't remember your exact words, unhealthy.
Unhealthy.
That we were unhealthy. I would probably say it a little bit differently. I would say that we're marginal and we're working towards making it healthier. So if either of you two want to take it from here, that would be great. But that's
The
the
audit
piece.
too.
I was going to say, yes, also our auditor, who is a new auditor to us this year and works with a lot of municipalities around the state, it indicated some of the same concerns. Basically, it's a debt ratio of how much debt we have compared to the assets we have. And of course, this is very different for municipalities than it is for people in their personal or business lives, because David used to talk when he first came on, we talked quite a bit about solvency and sort of how that related to the town. And that concept of solvency for a municipality is it's a different equation. So it's hard to think of it that way, but it still carries some of the same, some of the same underlying currents of just where you would like to be in how much debt you have compared to what your assets are. Of course, the issue for that and what makes it so different for us is that our assets are not something we could liquidate if we needed to. So it's just, and that sort of speaks to the issue that David brought up of the evaluation by the bond bank of we are seen as a good borrower. I can't remember exactly what our status was, but the bond bank would comfortably continue lending us money. And they're the folks who do this kind of work around the state. So that, to me, is an indicator of how, if they see us as healthy enough, that's an indication of being in the direction of a little bit more than unhealthy, I guess I might put it. So we're marginal, but we'd like to be in a better position. And part of that is to continue to reduce our borrowing, but much of our debt is related to long-term bond debt, and that is not something we are able to shift. So what we can shift is our short-term borrowing for capital expenditures. And we'd like to do that by building up reserve funds in order to make outright purchases as opposed to borrowing. Another thing that we have spoken a lot about is that we have had the luxury over the last, basically since 2007, 2008, the luxury of incredibly low interest rates. So borrowing has been a meaningful thing for us. But it appears, certainly just in the last couple of weeks, how things are shifting, that inflation may start to play a significant role, and that interest rates are likely to climb. So we're trying to sort of stay ahead of that curve and saying, let's put some money aside now. So as we buy equipment going forward, we're not accumulating more debt, particularly if it's going to be a significantly higher interest rate. And also, one of our other articles, don't have it right, well, I do have it in front of me, but is about an outright purchase of a new loader for the highway department. That is one of the first efforts we're making to say, let's start buying equipment without having to borrow it. So I don't know whether Karen wants to add anything else. I don't know, Alan, whether that addresses your questions.
Well, the question also was from Howard as well. I want to just remind people who've just recently joined our meeting that we're currently discussing Article 3, and you can find out more information on your town report on page 24. We're discussing the funds, the general fund expenditures. Right now, I do have another hand up, but I'm going to give preference to people who have not spoken yet. And so Lisa Papazian. Do you wish to speak?
Am I, okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Just a quick follow-up question. It's my recollection, possibly badly, that the town is restricted from investing its funds, like if you're building a reserve fund to make purchases outright, is there any restriction on the town being able to earn interest on that money and invest it?
Is there somebody on the select board who can answer Lisa's question?
Well,
We had talked about this in a couple meetings. It's limited ways we can, and the real problem is that what we can do really doesn't make us any money. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, right now, we're not.
we have a sweep account, Lisa, which is where all that money ends up. And so what that it's just termed the sweep account. I don't know whether that has a technical meaning to it or not, but essentially we are limited in our ability to structure our investments in ways that might be most profitable. So although they can be invested, the return rates are very low because they're also very secure. I mean, essentially what it is that we are able to invest as long as we are cautious enough in that investment process that we're not putting that money at risk of loss. And right in this moment, because of the time value of money, for all practical purposes, that earns us almost nothing. So that's frustrating, but it's the reality we have. And again, in the context of having low interest rates historically, it has been sort of equal or advantageous to borrow. If that atmosphere were to shift to where interest rates would be higher, then the earnings we would receive off those accounts would be more meaningful because we wouldn't be spending more money on interest. So even though it's a small degree of earnings, it's more desirable than spending a lot more on interest. So variety of things. I wanted to just say one other thing about Mr. Fairman's question, and that was, what are we doing to shift that equation? We're going to be working, starting with the R.H.R. Smith, who are the auditors who did our work. He's going to be working to advise us, or we're going to be working with somebody in his office to advise us on sort of goal setting for the next, it's probably going to be ballpark 3 to 5 year process for us to get ourselves to the more comfortable position we would like to be in. And so we're going to work with them and others as we can find to help us figure out how those equations sort of add up and what our best strategies are to move forward in making ourselves healthier.
Great, thank you. Mike Merwicki has his hand up.
Oh. I wanted to add
We
something.
hear from Mike Merwicki.
Meg,
Yeah,
David would like to add something. You just can't see him sometimes.
right, sorry. Yeah, David, you want to go ahead and then we'll call on Mike Merwicki.
Articles, Howard, articles 12 and 13 speak to something that we're doing, like trying to create those reserve accounts and do exactly what Josh was saying. That's two of the things that we're doing to try to move monies into a place where they're unrestricted and could change the balance between debt and what we have on hand. One of the things R.H.R. Smith told us is that we're shooting for, and correct me on this, Karen, if I'm wrong, we want to have in reserve 3 months worth of operating money in case there's a problem. And we currently don't have that, and we're working in that direction. And these efforts are to try to, that's some of our first steps to try to mitigate that situation. Yeah.
I just want to clarify that because it's actually Article 8 and Article 9.
She's right. I read it
It's
wrong.
numbers 12 and 13 on our list, but it's Article 8 and Article 9.
Thank you, Vera. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And just so that everybody knows, we are discussing Article 3, which allows the voters of the town of Putney to authorize general fund expenditures. You can find out more about the expenditures on page 24 of your town report. But Mike Merwicki has something he wishes to ask about.
Thank you, Meg. And thanks to the board. I want to thank you for your due diligence in keeping track of our finances. I always feel that you're on top of things and you are good stewards of our budgets. But one suggestion I would have in the future is that I'm not so sure the Ethan Allen Institute is the place for us to go for advice, whether it's financial anyway. They are a political think tank. They are part of the state policy network. They're in all 50 states, and they have a very distinct political agenda, which includes being anti-labor, promoting voter suppression, and a political bent that I'm not so sure is what we want to be looking to advice for. So I think there's lots of other places, including our auditor, that we can get our political advice from. But I would suggest in the future that the Ethan Allen Institute is not the place that we want to look to for advice. Thank you.
Great.
You
Thank
want
you,
We weren't
Michael
looking
Wiki.
for political advice. We were looking for financial advice. And because it was backed up by our auditor, I think that the formulas were good. And I don't know anything about the Ethan Allen Institute's politics and don't have any affiliation with that.
Also, just to be clear, Mike, we had some degree of this discussion as to whether that we really used them only for this evaluative tool that they had. We aren't looking to them for advice.
Thank you.
So I think that's an important differentiation. And we questioned that very much what you're bringing up, because it was brought to our attention of whether it was even the most effective tool for evaluation because of those reasons that you highlighted. So I think it was a valuable tool in that it gave us some ability to compare to other similar towns. And, we're trying to take all of this information and put it together, but we are not looking to them for advice, just to be clear.
Karen has something.
I'd like to add one more comment. And there were approximately 35 towns, I think, in Vermont that did this survey. So it was good to compare to see where we ranked. But again, yeah, as Josh said, we just used it as a resource, but.
Great. Thank you. So we do have a person who's had their hand up. They've already spoken once, so I just want to make sure, is there anybody who wishes to ask questions, make comments about Article 3? Shall the voters of the town of Putney authorize general fund expenditures? The numbers are there in your ballot, and you can find out more information on page 24. Okay. At the moment, I see two people who have spoken before, but I don't see anyone else. And so, Alan Blood, what would you like to say? And can we make it possible for Alan to speak? Oh, I'm sorry, Alan, do you mind waiting 1 second? Because Maggie Cassidy, do you mind, Alan, just holding for 1 second? Maggie Cassidy just raised her hand and she has not spoken before on this article.
Hi, I'm on the board of Putney Community Cares, and I would just like to thank the Select Board for continuing to support the social service organizations in town. Especially during COVID times, I think all of the social services organizations, in addition to the library, are doing what we can to step up and meet the town's needs, and I'm very grateful for that support. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Maggie. Alan, thank you for being patient. Let's give Alan Blood the microphone.
I had questions about 3 individual lines. Should I do them one at a time, or should I state all 3 of them?
Let's put all 3 out on the table now, Alan, and then we'll make sure all 3 are addressed. Thank you.
On page 27, the line animal control officer, Karen mentioned this was going up by $5,700. I'm wondering what our new arrangement is for an animal control officer is. The second line is, Karen also mentioned that electricity was going up to firehouse. I'm assuming that major change in electricity use has to do with the ventilation system, but I'm just curious about that. And the third item is on the next page, page 28. County taxes are going up $4,200. I don't know what county taxes are, and I'm wondering what they are and why they're going up.
Great. Thank you,
Because
Alan.
the animal control officer.
So Putney Select Board, is there somebody who wishes to address these three items?
I'll address the first one. This is V.S.A, the animal control officer. We've had multiple problems over the years with challenges keeping somebody in a position that is specific to Putney. The sheriff has devised a proposal to have a kind of many towns as a part of, I don't know what it's called, but it's like a consortium where the sheriff will patrol or be available to, or a deputy will be available to deal with different animal control issues in different towns. We haven't committed to that. We wanted to put money into the budget to allow the opportunity for us to take part in that if it turns out that's a good idea. It's still in the works. So that line item might not be used at all, or might not be used that much. So it's in the process, and it's still, the sheriff is figuring out how it's to a certain extent, it's a number of towns, I think, have to buy in order for him to go forward. And it's not clear yet how many towns are going to buy in. And then even if enough towns buy in, exactly what it will look like is not clear. We have discussed that it's pretty clear that they will not respond to barking dogs. That's because what my understanding is that they are only going to respond to ordinances that are consistent across all of the towns they're going to serve. And our ordinance is not the same as the other towns that we're potentially going to join. So that's still an issue that we as a town would need to address, even if we did join this consortium. And we are in discussion about that because that's a challenging thing, because our ordinance, I think, is that it has to be a certain number of minutes that they're barking. And so, the reason that the deputy wouldn't necessarily be able to respond to that is because the deputy isn't going to sit in somebody's yard for 10 minutes and hope that the dog bark, it's just too complicated. So that's where it stands as far as I know. And I don't know if anybody else wants to respond to this.
Any other responses from the Select Board?
Only to say that animal control has been an issue for for long before I ever came here, and it's really complicated and hard to tease out. And we're grateful that they're trying to create this so that it'll take some of the burden off of us. But we don't know. The bear said it perfectly. We don't know yet. So
great. What about the other two line items?
You want to talk, Karen?
No.
Okay. All right.
What was the second one?
The second one has to do with the garage, I believe.
Electricity at the fire department.
Fire department.
Yes.
Yep.
So, Alan, we are aware of the electricity, and it is significantly high for that building. Tom is working with Green Mountain Power to track it down, see why it is so high. I don't, there's heat pumps in there that could be contributing to that. I'm not sure. Right after elections, we'll get in there and we'll really dig into it. But I'm going to have Alyssa run off like 3 years worth of electricity bills so we can see, where it started going up and try to determine, because we just don't know yet, but we know it's an issue and we need to reduce that bill because it's crazy numbers. The building is big. There are people in and out of there all the time. The heat is running, so we just need to determine what's causing the increase and, get it under control.
And some of that is related. You mentioned the exhaust system, Alan. I'm sure. Exactly. I'm sure that's going to consume electricity, but it really hasn't played into the equation yet.
No.
As for our looking at it, there are two things I think. I mean, the heat pump system definitely increases consumption of electricity, but in turn, it decreases consumption of fossil fuel. So that's a positive, but it doesn't appear to be the offset that we would have expected
Right.
from that. So part of what Tom is exploring with Green Mountain Power, we may have what's called electricity going to ground. And so Green Mountain Power is working with us to find out essentially if all the power that is coming off the pole or off the line is in fact being used in the department, or whether we're losing it somewhere between the meter and the items in the department that should be using it. And so they've been working on that. And I haven't heard whether they have determined that yet, but that was part of the thinking, was we may be dumping a bunch of it somewhere that we don't even know. So.
And just to clarify, I've followed up on that because electricity is it's just something I don't like wasting. And Tom has been on top of it. He has not necessarily heard back from Green Mountain Power so he can't take the next step yet. As far as that's where it was the last I asked about it.
Great. There was also the third item.
County taxes.
County taxes, yes.
Try to explain that.
Let's go to the court, right?
Yeah, it goes to
Yeah.
the county. Wyndham County assesses per person in a town. I don't know the number. I don't have the information in front of me right now, Alan, but per person, it's an assessment that's charged in every municipality. I did the increase because we never get the actual number until after town meeting. So this is a 3% increase, and it could be lower. So the actual number could be lower than this.
My understanding, Alan, is that money is the money that supports the court system, the Windham County court system, primarily in Newfane.
Right.
Great. Okay, we have Ruby McAdoo, who has not spoken yet on this article. Ruby, would you wish to ask your question or make a comment?
Hi, I am Ruby McAdoo, and I'm a parent in Putney. And so the two categories of expenses I wanted to ask the select board about were related to families and kids, particularly the pool and the recreation and cultural category. And I guess I want to understand, because I mean, this pandemic has thrown a loop for all of us, but particularly for the way in which our families and kids can interact in the world. So the pool was closed for the summer, but even if the pandemic hadn't shut it down, my understanding is that there are some pretty serious structural things that need to be addressed. And I see that all of the line items are kind of level funded, and that confuses me about what kind of investments are needed in the pool. And so I want to hear about that. And then the second point related to the recreation and culture expenditures and line items, I think they're super important. And I just kind of wanted to understand, I believe the recreation coordinator line item is related to the Putney Rec League and the town's investment in that, which I think has really been dormant. And I just want to understand what the town's investment is in that resource, because I feel like it hasn't really, I just feel like it hasn't been there during this pandemic, at least. And I want to understand what the vision is for that going forward in the year.
You want to do that?
Do you want me to talk about the pool?
Yeah.
And the recreation? I can give
Sure.
a
Do you want
little
to?
insight. So quickly, so as people know, the pool does need significant repair. The fiberglass has cracked, and it needs to be fully, redone. We do have a contractor that gave us an estimate. So to pull the old fiberglass out and to re-fiberglass the shell of that pool, it's going to cost $125,000. And you're right, Ruby. If I could have put it in the budget as a capital improvement, I certainly would have done that. We are going to do a fundraiser.
Yep.
So I want everybody to know that in the next week, once we get past town meeting, there will be something coming out to everyone in the community. And we're going to solicit the private schools and the businesses in Putney and try to do an outreach to the surrounding towns as well, because we know they also enjoy the pool. I myself believe that the town pool is a very important asset. And this past year, everyone has struggled. And once the governor, allows everybody to come back to normal, hopefully, we can have that pool repaired and open. And that is my goal for this year.
Yep. So if I could just say that, there were a lot of hard choices this year. And in some way, because people couldn't gather together anyway,
Right.
having to choose how to keep the budget as level as we could, not being able to use it this year and not putting it in the budget actually, even though it was a hard choice, seemed like the right choice, because there were other things, even though the pool's important, that were probably more important. And we're hoping to raise the money through, what do you call it, Karen? A GoFundMe?
No, we're just going to do a general
Okay, we're just-
donation right into the general fund.
And hopefully be able to raise the money to put it back online, because it is important. And but it was a tough year to make the choices of what to budget for and what to not budget for, to keep things as close to level as we could. So hopefully the community will show up.
Right. We do have somebody else waiting to ask a
So
question.
you want to,
There's another.
the second part of that question was the
Recreation. I don't have an
rec.
answer, but the recreation.
Right.
I don't know
Yeah.
anything about
So
that.
Ruby, the recreational coordinator, I know it was Michael Barrett was always in charge. There's been some changes. And because of COVID and the schools going remote and all the, sports have been basically canceled. We have not seen or heard from the coordinators. So we will touch base and reconnect with them, because if there's schedules, if they're scheduling like, summer or fall sports, then they'll be re-engaged. And this is why they're in the budget. And I understand if it grows, we can put more money into that budget, for recreation. But for right now, again, the whole COVID thing has set everybody back. And I'm kind of hoping, they're gonna have their kids soccer in the fall, like, up at Landmark, like they have been for many years.
And I think we depend, correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, but I think we depend on those rec league folks to propose a budget for us in some fashion, or it's basically a stipend is what it works out to for the people who work on that. And Ruby, I would, not to put you on the spot, but I would say you're probably as well connected as anybody could be to make recommendations as to people who might be willing to pick up that lead where it's been left. And if you have any ideas of folks, because it's typically parents at the school who are the ones who are involved directly with that. Not exclusively, but that's sort of how, at least in my time, that's what I recall.
Right.
If you can think of anybody who would be a good person to engage with on that, we'd love to hear it. And that goes to everybody on this call. If there's somebody who you think, wow, I know who a great rec league coordinator would be,
Right.
love to hear it.
Okay, we're still discussing Article 3, and I have 2 new people on the queue and 1 person who wishes to speak again, who's already spoken once. Your last 4 digits are 5685. Once you're able to speak, would you let us know who you are? Yeah.
Hello, this is Ann. Did you recognize me?
Yes, I did, Anne. Is this Anne? And could you remind
Ann
us?
Carey.
Anne Carey, thank you.
Yes, this goes back just to the general overall budget. After what Mike Mavricky had told us about the Ethan Allen group, I just wondered, is our auditor and are the town using the Ethan Allen formula to determine how many assets the town should have?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay, great. Thank you, Anne.
Meg?
Yes.
Can you just remind people who might have come on that we're not using the chat? Because I keep seeing people putting things in the chat they may think they're going to be gotten to.
Yes, I think Alyssa is responding to all of those.
Okay.
So just to remind everybody, the way to get my attention is to use the raised hand function. If you're on a phone, that's *9. If you're on your Zoom, a laptop, go to participants or to reactions, and you can find the raise hand feature. Eva, can you, Eva Mondan, I believe this is? Do you want to try speaking? Eva Mondan, are you here? She says Eva's iPad.
Am I there?
Hi, Eva.
Yes, hello, Eva.
Hi. I just wanted to drop back to the pool, and it's absolutely necessary that we have that pool. It's not just children, but adults that use it. And I know that years ago when we started the community suppers, we went to all the businesses around, and you'd be surprised at the money that the paper mill was willing to give, the money that the banks were willing to give. And People's Bank has just been bought out by another outfit, and it's good to catch them while they're going to be new in town. But I think that listen to me, I think that going to the businesses and then the private schools, but you'd be surprised how many business and some people who work out of their home, who were non-computer work out of their home, they came forward with money. We started out with more money than you could imagine that we needed to get that community supper business going. So I think, Ruby, that is, if we can get people in the community, because, we waiver for the gun club, or we're looking into waiver for the gun club, their taxes, which is wonderful. It's an educational organization because they send people to camps and so on. But the pool is so important. And so let's make sure that that money gets raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. And Eva, when you were speaking, people discovered the clap hand reaction. So feel free to go to the reactions and clap if you wish to, because somehow we need to be imagining one another in our glory, trying to do the town's business and figure things out. So yes, that's excellent. I'm going to go then to Howard Fairman because I see no other hands up. And that is *9 if you're calling in, or participants or reactions if you're on a Zoom call on a laptop. So Howard, do you have another question for the select board?
Am I there yet?
I think you're here.
Okay. I'm looking at the audited financial statements as at June 30th, 2020. Note 2, which is I'm looking at pages 39 and 40 of the audited financial statements. I have 2 questions. They are somewhat detailed. So Meg, after you hear the first one, let me know whether you'd like me to pause and then ask the second one.
Great, thank you.
I'm looking at our bank balances, which as of June 30th were $1.4 million, $200,000 in checking accounts, $10,000 in cash equivalents, and $1.2 million in our repurchase agreement. My question, which I would like you to explain to the voters present, what is a repurchase agreement and what are its benefits and risks to our money?
Great, so that's the first question.
Yes.
Do you want to give us the second one as well?
Sure. So that was on page 39. Now I'm looking at page 40 because this is quite a long note. Chairman Laughlin was referring earlier to questions of interest rates and on our money and things like this. I see that $282,000 of our money is invested as follows. $179,000 in equity mutual funds, that would be stocks. $177,000 of our money in fixed income, which would be bonds, and $26,000 of our money in exchange traded funds. My question is simple. What's up with that?
Okay, great. Thank you, Howard. 2 questions for the select board. Who would like to respond?
I wish we could give you good answers to those, Howard, but honestly, I don't have the answers to those, and I don't believe Karen does either.
We can get
We-
them.
But yes,
But we'll add them to the list of questions that we already have for our auditor when we meet with them next. We talked about that in our last meeting, right, Karen?
That is correct.
That's right, we did. We have lots of questions.
I
Thank you for them.
believe these equities and these would be related to Edwald and White Whitney. Is that correct? I think they.
Yeah, I'd have to have the numbers in front of me because it's a compilation of different numbers, Howard. So without having that information in front of me, unless Alyssa has it at her fingertips, but this might take a little bit. We might have to address it in the next select board meeting.
Is that true for both of Howard's questions?
From
Yes.
me, yes.
Yes.
Okay,
So unfortunately, and I guess fortunately and unfortunately, fortunately, I don't think this affects our
No.
budget discussion. So it shouldn't affect people's voting on the budget. But we should obviously know the answers to those questions. So we will work to answer those in a timely fashion.
okay.
And let you know.
So I'd like to make a comment, and that is that last meeting, Howard, you asked about my talking to the auditor and having questions and wanting to know what those questions were and why I didn't speak to them in open meeting. And that's just this. There's so many things that I feel like I need to learn about the finances of the town and talk to him about. And this is something that's right at the forefront for me. So as soon as I know, you'll know. As soon as Karen knows, you'll know. We'll bring it in the next meeting.
Great, thank you very much. I don't see any more hands up for Article 3 on our ballot. And so I'm going to move towards Article 4, which is to review and discuss, shall the voters of the town of Putney authorize highway fund expenditures of $1,001,554, of which $853,304 shall be raised by taxes and $148,250 by estimated revenues for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2022. You can find out more information about this on page 30 of your town report. And I'm looking for raised hands for those of you who just tuned in to this meeting. We are using the raised hand feature, which is either *9 if you're using a phone, or under participants and or reactions if you're on a laptop or iPad. Any questions or comments for the board?
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would ask Karen, in the interest of sort of, or in the tenor of Alan Blood's previous question, just to give us a brief overview of the highway department budget and what the implications are.
Thank you.
We level funded the highway department budget this year. We did not borrow for any equipment, and we did not ask for any grants. So we have no major projects happening where it would warrant grant money. because that does impact the budget when you show it. So again, we're not borrowing for equipment. It is level funded. Brian Harlow does a really good job with his budget. I believe he's only spent about 50% of his budgets thus far for this year. We did reduce some line items. Again, I went in and I looked at the actuals, and if there was fluff in the line item, I reduced it. And I reduced it by talking with Brian as well. So we work together. And I work with all the departments, by the way, when we look at the budgets, and we see what we can decrease, what needs to be increased. And the highway budget is level funded this year.
Great, thank you for that overview. Does anybody on the select board wish to respond? Yes, David.
I just want to make a really simple comment. One of the things that impresses me about Brian and his budget is that, you know, he functions from a place of, if we don't need it, you don't get it. It's not a situation of want, it's a situation of need. And for many years, Karen has let me know that he comes in under budget and does a really good job of that. And it made it better and easier to level fund that. So I just want to put that out there. Does a great job.
Great, thank you. Yes, we can all use our reactions if we want to do clapping or whatever. This is a feature that we get to do for Brian Harlow and the highway crew. We have some questions, comments from our participants. Tara Castine. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name.
That's okay. Tara Castine. And I wanted to ask a question. You said it was level to last year. Last year, I thought that there was an increase for budgeting of a new vehicle. Did that happen? And if not, is it happening this year? Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Tara.
So we did borrow money to buy a new truck in this fiscal year. So what happens is it's offset you have it in revenue, and then you show it in the expense side. So it offsets. And then the truck came in it was 168,500. So even though we level funded it, it just basically means that the money to be raised by taxes was level funded. So it does show a lower amount. So like proposed 22 is 1,001,554. And the budget we're working in right now is 1,218,593. So the difference is part of that $190,000.
Is it because we budgeted for that the year before?
That's correct.
That's why, and I think that's
Yes.
the piece she might not be getting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, I see that now. I was going off of the comments that it was level funded. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Great. Thank you, Tara, for that question. Mike Mrowicki has his hand up. Can we make it possible to hear Mike Mrowicki?
I just wanted to share a little bit about what's happening in Montpelier right now. And this last week, we passed an extra COVID relief bill that I think includes some extra highway money. So if the town is looking, especially in regards to paving, that there may be state money. And I would also add that the bill we passed this week, that the House passed, includes money for outdoor recreation infrastructure.
Oh,
now, I
Nice.
dare say that a pool could fit within that category. So that may be something I'll talk with Karen about but I certainly recognize as someone whose kids spent a lot of time at the pool, how vital that is. And the other thing is, we heard from Congressman Welch that when the next stimulus package is passed by Congress, Vermont should get about $900 million, and there will be infrastructure within that too. So fingers crossed. We're hoping we can do some things here.
Great, thank you, Mike.
Mike, before you go, just a question, that money for recreation, would that be grant money, or what's the vehicle for that?
That's my understanding.
It would be grant money.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll talk.
Yeah, we should stay on that, definitely.
Great. Excellent. So we have somebody else with their hand up. That's Catherine Carmen.
Thank you for recognizing me. I think you may have answered the question somewhat. I guess I'm looking for a little bit of clarification. I'm not particularly savvy, and I probably haven't done my homework in terms of detailed line items on the budgets. So this is more of a general question, and I think you started answering it in response to Tara. But when I look at voting on these articles, ultimately in the back of my mind is, what does that do to our my taxes? So in the end, I'm hoping to hear some pretty concrete information about what I can anticipate in terms of tax increases. So I suppose that's just a request in the end to kind of tie it together in that way. But I also, before ending, I just wanted to say, with regard to the discussion on the budget and the Article 4 and 5, the various expenditures, I just wanted to really appreciate the work of everyone involved with again, I think someone had mentioned it, due diligence and explaining that in some detail now. But in the end, my question really is, can I have just, for my own lack of ability to kind of comprehend all of it, kind of a sense of the dollars and cents going forward for taxes.
So
Thank you, Catherine. Is there somebody who wants to take this question?
Change on $1,000 worth of assessment is $20 on $100,000.
2 cent change would be more, it would be double that, because it's
Okay.
20,000, it's 23,000 per 100.
Yeah.
If you got this, Karen, just do it.
So Karen, sorry, Catherine, as far as the highway department is concerned, the fact that this is level funded means that your taxes will not, I may be oversimplifying, but level funding just means that it doesn't change from one year over the previous year. So in the highway department, there will be no increased tax burden for taxpayers. In the general fund budget, there is an increase of 2 cents. But I'm going to let Karen, that doesn't help percentage wise, that equals out because we were at what, 65, and we're going to remind me what our change is. What does the 2 cents, it changes 2 cents from what to what?
Yeah, so 1 cent per 1,000 for our grand list right now is $2,346,309. So 1 penny per 1,000 would equate to $23,463. So 2 cents would be roughly $46.
Right. It would imply a $46 increase in your taxes per each $100,000 of value that you own.
Right.
So if you have a $200,000 home, your taxes will go up by 92, sorry, $92 next year because of the change in the general fund budget. And there's no change in the highway part of it. But yes, Barra brings up a very important point, which is that is just the municipal tax portion of that. That is not the education tax. And we have no control over the education tax, and we don't know exactly where,
We do have a number,
We have, yeah,
so,
It was 0.02 as well.
but it's not finalized, is it?
no, it's 0.017.
Okay.
yeah, it's 1.761 for the school. for the-
Percent.
For
Percent.
homestead.
Percent.
No, that's
Percent.
dollar amount.
Oh, it is?
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
One
no,
point
it-
seven six cents.
Yes.
Okay,
And they
Oh.
actually level funded too this year. So,
Oh, that's good.
yes,
That's good. We didn't think that.
right. And the municipal tax, Catherine, there is a fourth tax rate that we can't determine right now until the grand list is lodged on June 1st. It's very minimal, but right now we anticipate the town, just the town tax rate to be about 0.7990. And then you have to calculate the formula, and so it's times 1,000. You gotta divide, I don't really want to get into it. So you divide your home value by 1,000, and then you times it by the actual tax rate. And that will be your tax bill for the year.
Or add 2 zeros to the right of the
Right,
decimal point
right.
on the rate, so
Yeah.
that you don't have to change your house value.
Yes.
so, but
Not very concrete, but.
Well, it's hard
Yeah.
when we don't have all
All the
the numbers right
numbers.
now.
Yeah.
Sorry, Select Board, I've just had a recommendation that if Jordy Heller is here to explain this, that might be useful because we want to make sure our information is accurate. Jordy Heller, are you here to help a taxpayer understand these equations?
I am here.
Thank you.
The tax rate, easiest way to think of it is per 100,000. So if the municipal tax rate is 0.799, that would be $799 per 100,000 of value is how the tax would work out. Does that answer the question?
I hope so.
I think her question was in comparison.
My hand is not up, but may I interject so that you can move
Yes.
on? This
Thank you,
sounds like
Catherine.
Something I might have to do a little bit of homework on. Ultimately, what I was hoping for kind of at the end I understand level funding, but with all of the different ingredients coming in, what does that actually mean for the increase or maybe not increase, but I expect increase in taxes this year. And it seems like a lot of things are level funded. So what I would be looking at are where the places that we could save and how we can do our expenditures differently so that it doesn't keep moving into, this is a bigger discussion, go through property taxes because that's an unsustainable, that's a limited edition.
Believe me, there's been a lot of discussion.
So I don't want to derail here, but thank you very much. I do understand a lot of the math in here, with
Yes.
but I'm looking at the big picture. So yeah, move on. Thank you very
Move
much.
on. Okay, thank you, Catherine, and I appreciate you jumping in because it is a complicated ratios and each person's tax burden is different based on assessments, but also on costs. So an important conversation to be had. I don't at this point see any more hands in the queue. Is there anybody who wishes to ask a question or make a comment about Article 4, which is about the highway fund expenditures? And there's more information in your town report on page 30. Seeing no hands, I think we should move on to Article 5. Shall the voters of the town of Putney exempt the Putney Gun Club from municipal and educational taxation on the improvements, appurtenances, and land off of Sand Hill Road, lot 070339, for a period of 5 years, beginning April 1st, 2021, as authorized by 32 V.S.A. Section 3832, subsection or paragraph 7. You can find out more information on page 19 about the Putney Gun Club, and the property exemption report is on page 45 of your town report. Are there any questions, comments for the select board? And you would use either the *9 on your phone, or participants or reactions to look for the raised hand feature. Alan Blood, would you like to speak, or can we get you with audio?
Hi. Last year, we had a very long discussion about this, and that most of it centered around whether or not they were doing any educational programs at this point. And we only gave them a 1-year exemption last year instead of 5 years, because their educational portion of their program had pretty much fallen apart. So I would like to hear from them about how their educational program has been in the last year.
Great. So a question for anybody from the Gun Club. I noticed that Nick Williams has a hand up. Nick, are you able to speak to Alan's question about the educational programs? Can we get audio for Nick Williams?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Nick.
Okay. No, I don't have anything to address Alan Blood's question. I have a separate question of my own.
Well, Nick, let's go to your question, and I'll just keep putting this out there about, we're looking for information from the community about the educational programs. So if anybody has information to share, put your hand, do a raised hand. But for now, yes.
This is Bear on the select board. Dan Dietz or Josh Emmon were both at a meeting of ours recently. If either of them are on the call, they would be the person to speak. And if not, I can recap what they told us.
We do have Josh Emmons on the call. Nick, would you mind waiting until after Joshua Emmond has spoken?
That's fine.
Great, thank you for your patience. Joshua Emmond.
Emond.
Emond or something. Josh, tell us how to say your name.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
My name is Joshua Emond, E-M-O-N-D. French, so there's kind of a Emond on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, I cannot really, can you see me too?
Yep, you're looking good. You're looking good, Joshua.
Hey, thanks, I appreciate that. As usual, you are wonderful at everything you do. Here and on the select board. I'm glad you're doing what you're doing. So to answer the question about education, once COVID's over, we plan on getting back into sponsoring the youth for the 4-H program. We plan on restarting the hunter safety programs. We have, I believe, 2 certified instructors right now, and we have a plan on bringing a 3rd in, who's currently doing it at the, I think it's called Sportsman's in Vernon, maybe. We do plan on getting very active in education again.
Great.
And can you speak, Josh, also a little bit? I know you've made there have been some improvements to the building and other things to allow for it to be more active. Can you touch on that? Oh,
I think we lost him. Nope. Am I still here?
You're still here, Josh.
My phone went crazy. So I'll read a little bit of the blurb from the town report here. It says, during work bee in 2020, several members chipped in their time to demolish and reconstruct an outdoor stairway access that needed replacement for safety reasons. All materials were donated by a member from Putney. So 5, 6, maybe 7 of us tore down the unsafe stairway and landing, rebuilt it, because having that 2nd floor accessible is going to be key. Once we can get people back in the building, doing the indoor aspect of the hunter safety courses.
Great. Thank you for that information.
Can I comment?
Speak up. Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, Karen.
Thank you. I also want to acknowledge that the Putney Gun Club did put a wreath at the Veterans Memorial in the fall. And they actually did that on their own. So thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. We plan on doing that every year. It's something that's pretty important to us. And, you know, veterans are important and we want to make sure that we don't forget that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Josh. So I'm thinking I will turn now to Nick Williams. Are you still there, Nick?
Yes, I don't know if you can see me. I think you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Now you should be able to see me.
Yeah.
Yep, there you are.
Okay. My question, since this is a proposal for an exemption as a 501c3 charitable organization, what is the treatment of other nonprofits in Putney? Are there other similar organizations that are nonprofit and 501c3? And have they received exemptions as well?
So also, on page 45 of the town report, you will find some information about property exemptions. Is there anybody on the select board who wishes to respond to this question of Nick's?
I'm happy to. There's a combination of ways that exemptions occur. Some of them are voted, and they typically are voted on in a 5-year period.
Yes.
And so they, much like the Gun Club is doing this year, almost every year we have 1 or 2 organizations that have an article to vote to exempt them. And then the other way is that there are quite a few statutory exemptions, which are granted by state statute and/or federal. And so we don't have control over those. Those organizations just apply for their exempt status, and we are required by law to exempt them. So it's a combination of 2 different things, and I don't know whether that fully answers your question or not.
Jay Mayer, do you have something also to add to this conversation? I'm going to, looks like if Josh wants to say something at the end, oh, his hand is down now. So Jay Meyer, do you want to add something?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I just want to add to this. I'm a certified hunter safety instructor. I basically work with my father at Sportsman's Inc. in Guilford. My father's been doing it since 1960 something. Right now, Fish and Game has stopped in-person hunter safety courses. There are plans to open that back up, but of course we all know that, you know, that is so crazy right now. We don't know, you know, what's going to happen, but we're hopeful on that. They're also, Fish and Game is also hoping to open up Buck Lake and Lake Bomazine. Those are the Green Mountain conservation camps for this summer. They are looking for participants for that. I know that because Sportsman's had 2 young people put in application for sponsorship. That's what the Putney Gun Club would do, would sponsor these young people, whether they would sponsor them fully or sponsor them partially in their stuff. You know, in the cost of these students going to these conservation camps. I think it's a great thing. I think we need more youth in the outdoors. And, you know, if the Putney Gun Club wants to really get involved behind that, I think it's a great thing. Also, I'm going to make a little side note. As a young person, I spent many a Friday evenings at the Putney Gun Club in the shooting sports. And I think it's a great place. That's just my comments. And I hope any of that kind of helps you out a little bit with information as far as Fish and Game goes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Excellent. So the other hand I have is Josh Imand.
All right, am I back in?
You're back in.
All right. I believe our goal would be to fully sponsor children in these conservation camps, which from what I can tell, is the primary driver behind us really needing the tax exemption. We've brought our membership up to around 24, 25 from last count, which is 15 more than the club's been idling at for years. So those dues are going to, but the tax exemption, sorry, I'm a terrible speaker.
That's okay.
Will allow us to be so much more active in, in doing these.
So you were cutting out there a little bit, Josh. Can you just say again how your membership has gone up?
We're up to 24 at last count, which is 16 more than the kind of average for membership has been in recent years. We're really putting some blood, sweat, and tears into it and trying to kick it back off again. It's really important. And and we're all really passionate about it succeeding and never, falling to the sidelines again.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
So I don't see any other hands up at this point. We were talking about Article 5. If it's okay with the select board, I was thinking of moving on to Article 6. I know we want to take a lunch break at some time, but I'm seeing nodding heads. So we will now continue moving down the articles. So we are at Article 6, which is, shall the voters of the town of Putney establish a reserve fund named Highway Capital Reserve Fund to be used for the purchase or lease of highway equipment, construction, and or improvements of highway buildings, repair and maintenance of roads and bridges, and authorize the transfer of $5,000 from the fiscal year 2019 to 2020 highway fund surplus to fund the Highway Capital Reserve Fund. And maybe before I turn it to the voters to see what their questions are, does anybody from the select board or Karen wish to just give us an overview of what Article 6 is proposing?
Do you want to do that?
Do you want me to do it?
Go ahead. Yep.
Okay.
Either way, I'm fine either way, Ken.
All right. So the highway budget is separate from the general fund budget. And right now, the fund balance stands at $274,066.59. And with talking to Brian, we're trying to move away from short-term borrowing, so we're not paying interest. This article will take $5,000 from the surplus and establish the reserve account so we can start purchasing equipment with cash. And because Brian is so efficient with his budget, he's basically built this fund balance up and he's thought it through. We've talked about it. We do have a plan for the future, and it's been talked about in the past and it's just never been established. And this is why the article is on the ballot this year, so we can establish the reserve account.
Great.
And the intention would be, unless you
No,
want
go.
to
It's
speak
fine.
to
It doesn't matter.
this. The intention would be, I mean, that's a significant number that Karen brought up, 279, sorry, I don't have it. 4,000.
Yeah.
So 5,000, we're hoping people will vote to move into this capital reserve fund, as Karen said, to establish the fund. 163,000 in the next article, Article 7, we're hoping the voters will approve to purchase a new loader. And then the remains of that would remain as a surplus, which essentially addresses that question we were talking about of having a certain amount of money set aside basically as a backup fund in order, and surplus is unrestricted in how it's spent. So essentially that covers us in the case of an emergency of any sort. For example, something like an Irene event. If we suddenly had a lot of expenditures, we would have the remains of that money in reserve from that. So just doing the math on that, Karen, we'd be taking 168 from the 274.
Yes.
Would leave us with just over $100,000,
$106,067, and that's 11%.
Yep.
Which is a good number.
11% of the total highway budget.
Correct. Correct.
Or highway budget. And that's been recommended to us in this effort to sort of have enough backup funding. So that's the breakdown of how that would all work. And then the intent going forward would be to, as we pay off pieces of equipment that we have financed and are currently paying for through our capital plan, as we retired those debts, we would add money into this fund in order to build the fund so that over time we can not have to borrow and we can purchase equipment either outright or at least mostly outright. Sometimes with, bigger pieces of equipment, we may find that we have to combine spending money from that fund with some borrowing, but the ideal would be that we can not have to borrow as we go forward.
We sit in a spot right now where we have a 2-year window where we don't have anything slated in the.
Yes.
So it's a good time to do this. It's a good time to start this because the payments that would be there if we were purchasing new equipment, that money could be put into the reserve account if the voters approve that we do that.
And that 2-year, just to be clear, that 2-year window David is talking about is the way our highway equipment is purchased is on cycles dependent on the type of vehicle. And so we are just sort of by coincidence in terms of that cycle, we have 2 years where we are not scheduled to add a new vehicle for purchase that we would then have to borrow for. So that money we typically would be paying the debt on purchasing a vehicle, we can put into that fund.
Yeah, well said, Josh. Yep.
Right.
Okay.
And one other point, if the voters don't vote to have us use the $163,000 to buy the loader, that money will still be available in surplus to use if something was to happen. So it would make our 11% higher than 11%. And then we could consider what to do with that money and put it into a reserve fund, just so people know what would happen if they don't vote to do that.
And I also just want to let people know, and Karen, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but my understanding is that the select board has discretion to purchase highway department vehicles as they so desire for all practical purposes. We would rather, in the interest of transparency, always put something like this in front of you all, the voters, to approve it. In the absence of a vote of approval, if, for example, this loader were to die, the current loader that we own, and we had to purchase it, we still have the discretion to do that. And the highway fund is unique in that sense because of the necessity of maintaining the roads. So, but we would always rather put it before you all so you know what we're thinking and how it's going happening.
Great. And just to remind everyone who's just joining us, we're talking right now about Article 6, which is setting up a reserve fund named Highway Capital Reserve Fund. The next article will be talking about the highway loader, which is a separate article. I'm not seeing anybody's hands up at this point. Just a reminder that if you wish to get my attention in order to participate in this information meeting, use the participants or reactions feature at the bottom of your screen, or *9 if you're calling in. I do have one hand up, and that is Howard Fairman. Can we make it so that Howard can ask a question or make a comment?
Here I am, I hope.
Yes, you are.
Oh, Howard.
Okay. A question to our select board and town manager. Our Town of Putney general and highway funds include various reserve funds and surpluses where you have set our unspent taxes aside for now. What is the total dollar amount of these reserve funds and surpluses?
Okay, do we have an answer from the select board or from Karen?
Alyssa, can you pull up the spreadsheet, town manager graph?
Yes, one moment.
Thank you. There's a tab on there that shows our reserve accounts.
We're working on it. Must be something.
Look at that, she's showing us.
Hallelujah.
Can you also add just like the reserve account totals? Now, Howard, I'll point out too that fund balances are in this spreadsheet. So you have a fund balance for a certain account. And then sometimes within that account, you'll have a reserve fund. But your reserve funds are all highlighted right there, which includes the sewer and the water, the sidewalk maintenance, and off to the right, Mr. Fairman, you'll see the year it was established. The sewer and the water, we'll have to look that up. I imagine it happened,
I think those were established upon the borrowing of the, it's actually upon
so
inception.
probably
Yeah.
1977 and 2005.
4 or 5.
Yeah.
It's that old?
Yes.
It's that old?
Yes.
Wow.
Does that answer your question?
So the total that's been put at the bottom of the reserves is $225,685 for those who aren't able to see this meeting.
And those, just to be clear, those are the reserve funds, which when they're labeled reserve funds, they are specifically required only to be spent on the items that they are reserved for.
Correct.
These other governmental fund and fund balances are monies that we have that are, some of them are projected to go into certain things, but they're not as restricted in how they're spent. So, but what's the total at the bottom of the whole?
225. That.
No, the total fund balance for all funds that we have.
I'm not sure you want to do that because it's very.
Okay,
it
sorry.
means different things.
It is so
Because
complicated.
like other governmental funds, like phase 2 and 3 sidewalk.
Right.
So revenue comes in from other places.
Mhm.
And like the White Whitney is on here and the Edwald Trust.
Right.
So those monies
it's not all
don't
tax.
particularly come from the taxpayers.
Right.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure that this is accurate. All of those reserve funds were voted on by the town, by citizens. They were established by citizens by a vote. Accurate?
By the voters.
Correct,
And
which is a legal requirement.
And all of them, or the monies in each account, are required to be used by that account only
For that
for
purpose.
those purposes.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to just intervene here for a second. Howard, does that answer your question? Are you able to speak?
Now I can.
Okay, there you go.
I was thinking the operator was going to do it. Okay. So it seems that what we have learned so far is that we have reserve funds totaling $225,685. The other half of my question is therefore, what is the total dollar amount of the surpluses?
Does anybody on the select board or Karen have an answer for Howard's question?
For what?
So, well, as we discussed, the current surplus in the highway department fund is $274,000.
11% of the total budget.
Right.
Well,
No, that's after,
that.
that would be after we did expenditures.
Okay.
It's actually higher than that.
Okay.
Right. And then the general fund right now, we have $95,516. which is 7%.
Less than we would ideally want.
We would
Correct.
like 20.
Correct.
25%.
And then, I don't know if I have one. And the sewer, as everyone knows, is a user fee, generated revenue and expenses. So water and sewer is paid by user fees, all the operational costs. Let me just see.
So that means it's not taxpayer burden, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Great.
Yeah, the burden's not on the taxpayers, it's on the users. So the fund balance for sewer is $864,653.75. And for the water is $1,246,326.
So a question about that, Karen, is that a lot of that is in equity though, in property. It's not that there's that much money in an account, correct?
Correct.
Correct. So that needs to be separated out so people aren't thinking that there's $1 million sitting in that account for us to use.
Right.
Right.
And then, yeah,
That's important.
right.
I thought that the
So-
first time I read that, was
Right.
like, wow.
Those are the assets,
Those are
right?
the assets. A
Right.
portion of that is money,
Yes.
but a
Correct.
small
Right.
portion of that is.
Yes.
Right, it's
Right.
machinery.
It's infrastructure.
Right.
Infrastructure,
Thank you. And
correct.
people need to know that.
Yes.
'Cause
And-
I didn't know that at first.
And that's also important, going back to that question of solvency, because it's not like it's an asset that we could liquidate if we
Exactly.
chose to.
Right.
So, I mean, I suppose in theory we could
Yeah.
sell to a private operator or something if we made that choice, but that would be way more complicated.
Yeah,
Sorry,
let's not get
tangent.
into
I
that.
know, sorry.
But it's not supposed to
Just keep
happen.
it
People
simple.
They're
need
not-
to know that.
Right.
They're
So-
not good assets.
Right.
Right.
I'm not seeing any other hands up. And I certainly am finding the need to take a 5-minute break if we might.
Yes.
Yeah.
Clapping.
Clapping. Okay, good. So I recommend that we take a 5-minute break, and then when we come back, we'll talk about Article 7, which has to do with the highway loader. But I'll see you in 5.
Meg, you're doing great. Thank you
Yeah,
very
thank
much.
you, Meg.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and move along. We're now going to review and discuss Article 7. Shall the voters of the town of Putney authorize the select board to purchase a highway loader at a cost not to exceed $163,000 to be paid for from the fiscal year 2019-2020 highway fund surplus. Before we open it up to questions or comments, is there anybody on the select board who wishes to discuss this article on the highway loader? And it looks like Karen. Karen, can you just double check? For some reason, we're not hearing anybody
go.
from the select board. Thank
Yeah, no, we were muted. Yeah.
you. Okay.
All right,
Thank
sorry,
you.
a little technical glitch there. So I'm going to speak a little bit about the loader, as I had a conversation with Brian Harlow. So in fiscal year 2012, the loader that we currently have was bought, so it is now 10 years old, and that is the lifespan for the loader. And the town of Dummerston has a small loader. It's a John Deere 544. And Brian is going to take a look at model 624, which is a little bit bigger. And he's going to test it out and see if it's something that could work for the town. That loader with a trade-in of approximately $30,000 would be roughly $163,000. Now, Brian does go with the smaller loader. It's going to be a smaller price tag. So we won't exceed the 163 for the purchase of a new loader. And right now, the current loader has about 5,000 hours on it, which is normal for a loader of that age. It's been a good piece of equipment, although this week he just let me know that there is an electrical issue with the bucket.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
so when they dig into a pile of snow or try to load sand, the bucket will not come up. So Brian's had to like turn it off a couple times. So it almost has to reset itself. And then it'll work, but it's an electrical thing that somebody's gonna have to chase back at this point.
Yep.
So I just wanted to share that with you.
Good,
because
that's good to know.
That's a new development as of this week. And Brian is very good about knowing his equipment and whether or not he can get an extra year or 5 years with a piece of equipment. And so he knows his department very well. So I appreciate the fact that I can trust him to give me information in anything he's doing within his department.
Do we know what we paid for that, 2,000?
Yeah, we paid $80,400 for that.
80.
Not amazing.
80,000.
So it's double.
Yes.
It's double.
How long ago was it purchased?
10 years.
Yeah,
years.
10
And it's
years
got
ago.
So 500 hours a year roughly. On
Right.
that loader, right?
Wow.
Yeah, which doesn't seem like a tremendous amount of hours to me, really,
No,
Right.
for that many years.
yeah.
So,
And it looks like this might have been, well, I don't know what type of model.
So
So
if anybody
it-
has any questions or concerns about this particular article, please either use the participants or reactions, raise hand feature, or *9 if you're calling in. I'm not seeing any questions at this point.
I just want Meg to, David, do you want to briefly speak about the discussion of whether to keep it another year or not?
Sure, yeah. As we were doing this budget, especially this year, and we were trying to find ways to be more frugal, more fiscally responsible. The loader seemed like one of the places we might be able to get another year or two out of before we spent money on a new loader. And the difference between a loader and a truck is that a truck has to be outfitted, and you order a truck and then you get it, what, 6 months later, something like that? And the loader is sitting on the lot, and if your loader goes down, you can go purchase a loader practically the next day. So with the surplus money in reserve sitting there for us, we thought it might be worth the risk to try to get another year out of it and postpone that purchase, get another year's use, and save the town the expense, and possibly have more money to put into the reserve account up front. That was the thought we were having about it.
Right.
But Brian uses it and he knows it best. And he's the one that has to get up at 4 in the morning and load the trucks and keep the roads plowed. And we have to balance off the risk versus the benefit.
Right.
If something big happens in the next year, it goes down, we have to purchase the other loader. Well, we have the money sitting there, that's great, but we would lose the trade-in value, so that could cost us $30,000 in trade-in. We've talked about this round and round and round. I think from a business owner's perspective, it would be a risk that I would take, but I only have to do my own business and not keep all the roads in the town open.
Right.
And so it's a different risk. Those are the things that come up for me.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So I'm still not seeing any hands up, which makes me think that it makes sense to move on to the next article. The next article is, shall the voters of the town of Putney authorize the transfer of $20,000 from Phase 2 and 3 Sidewalk Construction Fund to the Sidewalk Maintenance Reserve Fund? And this is Article 8 on the ballot. Is there anybody on the select board who wishes to speak to the article before we take questions or comments from voters?
Yeah.
Do you want to, or I can, or you can, however you
I
want
have
to do it.
numbers, so.
Yeah, go ahead,
Just
Seth.
give you a snapshot.
Yeah.
All right, so Phase 2 and Phase 3 sidewalk fund is a separate account, and right now there is $118,036.90 in it. So this article would take $20,000 and put it in the sidewalk maintenance fund that is sitting in the general fund for the maintenance and repair of sidewalks in Putney.
So the reason we have money in that phase 2 and 3 sidewalk construction fund is because that was money that was either previously allocated or a chunk of this particular money was donated, was part of the donations from Landmark towards the construction of the sidewalk. The way these things work when you get funding for a project like that is that you expend the money and then you get reimbursement for grant money. So essentially we spent money up front, got reimbursed, and got a payment on the donation from Landmark. And thank you to Landmark for the significant contribution they've made to this extension of the whole phase 2 and phase 3 is everything north of the general store. So as people will remember, basically we built it out to the junction of Kimball Hill and Route 5 and then undertook going further from there. But we have this money in this fund, which is allocated for construction of those sidewalks, but we've already constructed those sidewalks. So for all practical purposes at this point, this is surplus money. And that's a little bit of a misnomer because we sort of spent it the first time around, but it's here. So we're wanting to take, and this again is a situation where this article and the next article are related. As Karen said, we have roughly $118,000 in that phase 2, phase 3 construction fund. So we'd like to take 20 and shift it into the Sidewalk Maintenance Reserve Fund, which, as you will remember, was established 2 years ago, for maybe 3.
It was 3.
For the purpose of, now we have a significant sidewalk infrastructure, and when things happen to the sidewalk, they're expensive. So our hope, again, in this interest of being ahead of the game on borrowing, is that to build that fund so when we have to make a repair, and for example, the Mabel Gray sidewalk up to the school, that's pushing 25 years old, probably somewhere in that range. Mm-hmm. So, that's going to need work, and it costs a lot of money to do that kind of work. So we'd like to take that money, put it in that for maintenance, and then in the next article, as you see, we're looking to shift that money over to a different location.
So can we tell them how much is in that reserve already and then adding to it and leave it with the balance?
I can guess. And Alyssa, can you confirm my number? So at the end of June, we should have $40,000 in the sidewalk maintenance. And if we add 20, it'll bring it up to 60,000.
Nice. Okay.
Great.
If that's incorrect, just correct me, please.
So we are discussing Article 8 as it appears on the ballot, which has to do with the transfer of $20,000 into the Sidewalk Maintenance Reserve Fund. I don't see any hands up. And just a reminder to everybody, should you wish to participate, all you need to do is, if you're on a phone, dial *9, or if you're on a Zoom call using a laptop, go to participants or reactions and you will see the raise hand feature. I am not seeing any hands raised, which leads me to believe we can move on to the next article, Article 9.
Meg, you have 3 hands.
Oh, I'm so sorry, 3 hands. Great. And isn't it, that's really funny. So I see it at the bottom of my participant list, but no longer are they showing up on my screen. It's very strange. Okay, I'm going to switch my view and see if I'm able to deduce who those 3 hands are. One is Lionel. Lionel, Chute, would you wish to participate in this?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Lionel.
Great, thank you. By the way, it's Chute, C-H-U-T-E, not shoot. But
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask about the sidewalk maintenance fund, because I feel very strongly that the sidewalk is incredibly important. I think it's important for increasing our economic development of the downtown. I think it's important for the health of our community as being a walkable community. And I think it's also very important for the school, very important for Landmark College, and very important for climate change, because to the extent that we can create a circular economy here in Putney and keep the money here in Putney, that's going to not only benefit us financially, but also reduce our carbon emissions. So for many reasons, I see the sidewalks as incredibly important to Putney. And to that point, I feel that they've become somewhat neglected, especially the older sidewalk going from the general store back to up to the school. There's a lot of overgrown areas. The cement is cracked. There's some sort of dodgy spots. Things fill up with water, when it rains, that kind of thing. And I see quite a bit of expense in working in maintaining our sidewalk system. So if we're talking about moving $100,000 out of the sidewalk world back into our general fund, I just want to really make sure that we have a good plan in place for keeping our sidewalks in really good shape. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Lionel. Douglas, I see your hand is up.
Meg, can I address that?
Sure.
So I hear you, Lionel, and thank you for bringing that up. I think we should, because I live outside of town, I don't typically walk that sidewalk. I walk some of the others, but we can ask Brian to pay particular attention to that and see whether there are areas that need repair on that. But as far as that almost $100,000 that you're talking about, as it is currently allocated, it is specifically for construction of the sidewalk.
Not maintenance.
Not maintenance. And just to be clear, when we're talking about maintenance, we're not talking about plowing. We're talking about repairs of damaged portions. And I think you understood that, Lionel, from how you posed your question. But that $100,000 as it currently sits would not be available to us if we were to choose to use it on sidewalk maintenance. Right. So by moving it into the general fund capital reserve, that would actually give us the description, because sidewalks fall under the capital infrastructure. Right. That would actually technically give us the opportunity to spend that money on sidewalk maintenance if we chose to. However, the establishing of the sidewalk maintenance fund, that money is specifically to get it dedicated and reserved for that. So I think that we should probably, particularly ask Brian, but then if Brian feels the need for it, we could get some engineering advice on some things that we might want to do to stay ahead of the curve on sidewalk maintenance. So thank you for bringing that up, and we should explore that. And Lionel, if you have specific, or others, if there are specific areas of concern that you can bring to our attention, that would be helpful.
So there are two other hands up, and I'm wondering if maybe we want to get both of those and then have the select board respond to more of the questions. And just to remind people that after you have, once I've called your name, that you need to unmute yourself. So we can't the BCTV can't actually start people. So I'll call your name, and then you'll need to unmute yourself. So Douglas, let's try that. Do you see the unmute button? Douglas Grant.
I had unmuted myself and then I got remuted. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you. This is a very good session, and I echo Lionel's comments. Maybe my question is, or comment is premature because it falls under maintenance, but I think part of it could be new construction. There are two sections of sidewalk. One is closer to the co-op and one is up the hill from Next Stage that need maintenance and or reconstruction. There's a low spot which always collects water and turns into ice near the co-op. And it's right sort of at the bend. And the snowplow makes a curvilinear swipe out of this sort of geometric corner. But somebody needs to take a look at that. The question is how to bring that to people's attention. The other one may require some drainage construction, and that is up the hill from Next Stage. If it's icy all the time, particularly wintertime, you cannot walk on that without fearing falling. So those are two areas where I think we need to spend either construction money on drainage so the water doesn't come across the sidewalk. Somebody's got to figure that out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. And Michael, you also have your hand up, and I'm wondering if we can just get some more, and then this, because there seemed to be a lot more interest in public participation on this item. So in the interest of people being able to express themselves, then to turn to the select board. But Josh, I see you want to.
Yeah, Meg, can I just ask that I don't, much as I appreciate it, I don't think we need in this setting to bring up specific areas. Those are things that if people have them, if they could bring them to Town Manager Astley's attention, that would be great. Because we're aware there are some maintenance issues. And I think, Doug, to your suggestion, that would actually fall under maintenance, not construction, although it's a construction-like. But we are aware of that issue north of Next Stage, and that's been ongoing for a while. One complication of a spot particularly like that is that some of the water that's causing that problem is related to a private road. Right. And so that limits our ability to address it. So that might be a spot for some engineering help on how to change that. But sometimes our hands are somewhat tied in how we deal with these. But again, if you have specific suggestions, great, they're very welcome, but please either email them or call town hall. I don't think we need to think about each of them in this session, but thank you.
Great, thank you, Josh. Michael Wells, let us hear what you have to say, and you will need to unmute yourself. And if you can start your video, that's also helpful. It's great to be able to see one another.
We can see him.
Yep.
Great.
Okay, thank you, Megan. Thank you all for being part of this today. It's very helpful. I appreciate it. I'd like to support what Lionel said. I think our sidewalks are very critical. I think they're well used. And as Josh said, they're none too young, especially the Maybell Gray sidewalk. And Josh also said that $20,000 or $60,000 doesn't go very far anymore. And I think you're absolutely right. So I would encourage the select board to consider more than $60,000 in the sidewalk maintenance fund. We have some close to 3 miles of sidewalk already, and we can use more, and hopefully we will have more in the future. So I would be hesitant to use any of that money for other things other than sidewalks. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Michael. And Michael, I appreciate also that we're always trying to hold in our minds that this is a public information session, so we can't actually change the wording on the articles, but your intent behind that concern was definitely heard. I have other hands up, and we will now go to Eva Mondon. Are you able to unmute yourself and start your video?
Unmute.
You're there.
Eva.
Am I here? Well, I drifted off to the facilities, so I might have missed this, but I want to speak for the value of sidewalks in Putney and the need for more. And I'm anxious to see one on Old Route 5 from Putney Meadows wrap around to Route 5. That area is used so frequently by walkers, and it's so important to put that on the list for future sidewalk. I hope that somebody's already mentioned this, and I know we're talking about another issue, but sidewalks, I'm big on sidewalks, and I remember the resistance when Mabel Gray put her hands on her hips and said, we need something safe from the village to the Putney Central School, and we came through. And so I'm putting my hands on my hips and saying, I think we need from Putney Meadows to on Old Route 5 to behind the old library to Route 5.
Great. Thank you,
Thank you, Eva.
And you did get some more hand claps on that one. Yeah, Select Board, you want to respond?
I'll just comment on that one, a couple things. One, there was a phase, and I can't remember which phase it was, that was in the initial proposal for some, I think it was perhaps phase 1, there was a possibility of doing that. So there is some design work that has been done related to a sidewalk doing that specific loop. The other is there was some limited design work done, and because of the costs involved, we decided not to, but to also do the east side of Route 5. And actually nowadays we might also want to look at Old Depot Road, but for all of the same reasons that people are talking about. But as people will recall, one, these things are remarkably expensive. They're also remarkably slow in coming from idea to fruition. So I thank you all for that feedback, and we should think about those things and start thinking and keeping an eye, particularly, I mean, huge amounts of this is dependent on grant money. And in fact, you know, if there's going to be federal stimulus money that might be available for infrastructure, that might be somewhere to think about. So we'll keep an eye on that. Thank you.
Great. So we do have 2 hands up still. Howard Fairman, can you unmute yourself? And if you're able, start your camera.
Here I am.
We can hear you.
I second what everyone has said in favor of the sidewalks. I would add that it's been suggested that we notify the town when we have concerns. I'm speaking now about the glare ice that runs down the Kimball Hill sidewalk from near the top as far down as it can, and no one dares to walk on it. It was the winter of 2015 that I brought this to the attention of the town of Putney. I even suggested a solution, and nothing has been done. So I'm going to mention it now. This is said to be a private road. It does have a street sign on it, and at the bottom where it reaches the sidewalk, there is a catch basin, but there is no water bar. So the water runs off away from the catch basin instead of into the catch basin, and that is why there is the ice on the Kimball Hill sidewalk. Sounds like it would be fairly easy to fix, but as I say, 6 years, nothing has been done. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Howard.
Well, I wasn't here back then.
Oh, that's great. Oh, neither were they. Oh, great. That's where that falls.
I've been here, but not here.
Yes.
So now that I'm aware that perhaps a water bar, you know, could solve that issue.
And that discussion has come up, and it is complicated by the fact that that's a private road, but Mr. Fairman, you're correct in highlighting that it should be quite simple. We've had that conversation, so we will follow up and try and make sure that conversation becomes a higher priority.
Yes.
Great. Okay, and that got a thumbs up from Linda. So Lisa Papazian, your hand is up, and can you unmute yourself and start your camera? There we go. Thumbs up from Meredith.
I also support everything everyone said in enthusiastic support of sidewalks. But I just wanted to also add that I think in addition to sidewalks and expanding sidewalks, we should also consider trails from that connect to our sidewalks in town, not only as cool stuff that could get us out into the wetlands potentially if it's a boardwalk, but also I think can become a true amenity for visitors to the town. Walking loops that are currently now partly sidewalked, but not completely, are really attractive things, like going from the town center, up Kimball Hill, Sand Hill, and back down on the new sidewalk. That's a really great thing to, have as a town amenity and attraction. And the governor's budget this year, I mean, we'll see how much, I don't know, Mike might have an opinion about this, but how much actually survives and gets implemented. But there are some new programs that are specifically targeted to stuff like this, to enhance village downtowns. And I think that plus new infrastructure money, I think we can definitely look into seeing what else is out there. There might be more than we think. That's all I have to say.
Great. Thank you, Lisa. Howard Fairman, before I call on you, I just want to make sure, is there anybody else who wishes to jump into this conversation? I'm not seeing any other hands. And so let me call on Howard Fairman.
Just to add a bit about that missing water bar near the top of Kimball Hill, that highway, like all similar highways, has a 50-foot right-of-way. And there's no doubt that the missing water bar is not on private property, but within the 50-foot right-of-way. And therefore, our highway department could deal with it at any time. And of course, it's not that hard on a dirt road to install a water bar.
So my understanding of the complication related to that, and I may be stepping out of my realm of expertise here, but since that is a private road, there are also, Mr. Fairman, as you probably know, requirements for access to private roads. And one of those is related to the steepness of how a road progresses from the road. And the reason for that primarily is that there's an equation, and Tom Goddard would be able to address it, of how steep it is before a fire truck is going to bottom out at the tail end when it's trying to go up that. So it's complicated by that fact, that if you create that water bar that pushes the start of that driveway back, increases the pitch on it, makes it a little more challenging. So it may be that it appears more simple than it is in reality, but I'm guessing there is a compromise that could at least be really helpful. So we will follow up on that.
Okay, we have some other hands here. Lionel.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to follow up now from all the conversation that we've had. My inclination is going to be to vote yes on Article 8 and no on Article 9, which would effectively, and so I don't have enough information really. I guess what I need to know is if I vote no on Article 9, if the transfer of the funds, the $96,000, is not moved from the sidewalk construction fund to the general fund. Two-part question. One, does that leave the money in the sidewalk construction fund to be potentially used on additional sidewalks and or as match for a grant or what have you, which would seem very sensible to me? And B, what happens to the general fund if we don't bring that $96,000 over? Is the select board counting on those dollars coming into the general fund for some other purpose? Thank you.
Counting isn't the word that I would use, but it is something that was part of a bigger plan for the finances.
Right.
So
Just want to make sure, because we didn't quite hear what David Babbitt was saying. Do you want to just restate that?
I said counting isn't the word I would use, but it is part of a bigger part of the plan of trying to address the fiscal health of the town.
So as that money is currently stationed, it is specified for the use of construction of phase 2 and phase 3 of the sidewalk system. So I think that in fact, Lionel, and this might be counterintuitive, and I agree with what you're saying, But by moving it into the general fund capital reserve, it actually frees it up for us to choose then how to spend it. And we could then take that, because my understanding is that as it is now, it's a defined fund, I'm blanking on the word, but that only could be used, a restricted fund that only could be used for phase 2 and phase 3. And since phase 2 and phase 3 are done, that leaves that money sitting somewhere that we can't use it. So I definitely hear the gist of what you're trying to point out by asking your question, but we can't use it for other sidewalk construction because it is allocated for that construction project. So
It's finished.
which is finished. So we need to move it first. We could then consider using it towards, as you said, match or otherwise for some other purpose. Good question. And then the second part of your question, it would go into general fund capital reserve. So in fact, it's not, capital reserve is not allocated for expenditure in next year. I mean, some portion of it is, but so no, this doesn't really, and correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, but this does not actually affect our 22 budget if it does not go into that.
No.
So I hope that helps clarify. So from my perspective, and I think from the select board's perspective, this is Article 9 is actually a vehicle to make that money available to us to choose how we might spend it. If people want us to look hard at more sidewalk or extension of sidewalks, that might be a proposal from somebody that would be reasonably well received. So.
Okay. So we're starting to move into the next article as well. I see some other hands up that may be very specific to Article 8. Jay, are you able to unmute yourself and then turn on your video? Start the video. There you go.
Yes, I am. You can hear me fine, I hope.
Yes.
Okay, I know you can't change the articles as they're written now, as in this later date. But I feel that the article where we're moving the 96,000 to the capital reserve fund would have been better and may have appeased the voters of Putney better if we had moved that $96,000 into the sidewalk maintenance fund, the whole shebang. And that way it's earmarked for future sidewalks and sidewalk maintenance.
Actually, that wouldn't, and again, this might be a little counterintuitive, but maintenance would be different from construction. So I think, and I'm not sure, I'd have to go back to the original article that was passed, how it was stated, but given that it's termed sidewalk maintenance, I think it is pretty closely defined as being maintenance and not new construction, but we'd have to revisit that. But thank you for bringing that point up.
Okay, I just think it would make the people happy, make the voters happier if that money was, sidewalk maintenance, sidewalk construction fund, reserve sidewalk construction fund. I know you can't do anything about it now, but there you go. That's my 2 cents for what it's
worth. In the future, if we want, once the money's freed up, that's the point.
Right. So I guess what I'm hearing, and I think the rest of the select board is hearing, and I know that we have both of our potential new select board members, is that there would be a desire for this money that was originally allocated towards sidewalks to in some way contribute to the process of either improving or extending our current sidewalk system. So we will take that under advisement as we think about that money sitting in the capital reserve fund.
But I just want to really make it clear that if people vote no on this, that money is just going to sit there and we can't touch it to do anything towards sidewalks because what it's meant to do has already been completed.
Right.
Yeah.
So our hands are tied.
And so it would be, it would sit for at least another year without being able to do anything. And then we'd have to re-vote on it.
Correct.
Okay, so we're really at this point talking about Articles 8 and 9 together. And because this is not a town meeting and I'm not a moderator, I don't have to worry about us having conversations. They're not germane to the article. So you notice how I'm being so permissive right now. Not in my nature. We have some other hands up, and I'm going to go to somebody who has not spoken yet on the article issue. I'm sorry, the sidewalk issue, whether it's Article 8 or 9, and then I'm going to move to people who have spoken before. And that would be phone number, last 4 digits, 5685. Can you unmute yourself? And are you able to turn on a camera? This is Ann?
Ann by phone. Ann
Great.
Carey.
Thank you.
I think these two really do fit together very closely because and maybe Karen and the select board can speak to this. I remember when the auditor gave his presentation, he was concerned that the general fund did not have enough of a surplus to carry it past much more than a month of costs. And he very strongly suggested that we try to get that beefed up to 60 days to 90 days.
Right.
And
Yes.
60 days would have been about $250,000, whereas we have only about $100,000 right now in surplus. So I have a more general question, actually, which may just make my whole idea moot, but the tax money that comes in seems to be split between the general fund and the highway budget. And I wanted to know if the proportion going to the highway budget is set by state statute, or is there flexibility that the town has in terms of that allocation?
Great. Great. Is there somebody on the select board who can answer this question?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
So,
You get it?
yeah.
Okay.
So.
Do you want me to restate the question?
No, I want John to speak to it.
We can't spend general fund money for highway
That's it.
items,
Right.
and we can't spend highway money for general fund budgets. So for general issues. So in this, and this, as related to the money that's on Article 9, because that money was in the general fund as a reserve fund, and you might recall in that 2 or 3 years ago, we separated the general fund and the highway fund.
There was one.
I do remember that. And my question is, who set the proportions at that point in time? Was that mandated by the state?
No, it's just a matter of what their budgets were. I mean, the highway department proposes a budget, which we then review, and that's how much we need to put towards the highway department. Right. So, okay. So it's not mandated, but it is what it requires to run the highway department. But because this money was initially allocated previous to that separation of the two, it remains in the general fund. If we were redoing sidewalk infrastructure in the future, I'm guessing we might put that in the highway department, but I'm not 100% sure. That's not clear to me. It's sort of a gray area. But
no, I understand what you're saying for the current issue. I was just looking further down the road as to the general fund needing more cash somehow at some point in time. Well,
and so I think our thinking was that if we move this 96,981 into the general fund capital reserve, that bolsters our position as far as the auditor's recommendation, but it also frees up this money to be expended. So as we go over the next couple of years, because as I said before, taking on new construction of sidewalks is a very slow process. The initial thing is feasibility study. There's a whole bunch of steps. So we might be able to take some of this money and put it into some initial feasibility work and still strengthen our capital reserve in this year. And then perhaps a year from now, we look at changing that equation a little bit so that we have more to go into the capital reserve so that we have that strength. And maybe we look at different money for the purpose of improving or constructing sidewalks.
Okay, great. No, that was very clear. And I probably am going to vote yes on that one, as long as it still stays sort of on the table on the sidewalk repairs.
Great. Thank you, Anne. We have two other hands up, Eva and then Lisa.
You're on, Eva.
Okay, way out, here I come. The sidewalk ends where the historic district ends. The sidewalk comes around and passes Birch where the historic district is. Is there any way out of this sidewalk money, we can get those signs put up that state this part of that Putney is a historic district? Can we do that?
I would guess Lisa Papazian would be a good, well, she would certainly know sort of restrictions related to that. So Lisa, I don't know whether you have a comment. Otherwise, it's probably just a matter of allocating the money to it.
Lisa Papazian.
Hi.
Are you able to start your video?
Yep, there we go.
Great, thank you.
I know Eva has been asking me this question for years, and I feel bad that I haven't gotten further along with this answer. But I too have been thinking this, Eva, that as I drive around other towns and it's, I would drive past the sign that says, welcome to our National Register District or our historic district, that we should do that. I think the challenge initially was not so much getting the signs. That was the easy part, is finding the property and to put it on and to negotiate with the state, because it's five, about what will or won't conflict with sight lines and stuff. But it's absolutely doable. And I think probably grant funding is even, and available to do it. And I would be willing to work on it if other people would work with me, Karen and others. I would, because I do think it would be great. And as I said before, I think the sidewalk and making our downtown walkable and maybe even accessing trails, I think it's all part and parcel of making our town more attractive to us and usable to us, and also to others and then hopefully businesses will come and open up because they'll be on this awesome, sidewalk and trail and historic district.
Right. Thank you, Lisa, for answering that question. You also had your hand up. Did you have something else you wanted to talk about?
I did, but it was answered. It was. Yes, it was answered.
Great. So I'm looking for other comments, questions, raised hands about the sidewalk. Two articles. We're now treating them at the same time, Articles 8 and 9. I'm not seeing any hands. I'm off on the gallery view too, so I can see more things over here, which makes me wonder if maybe we have reached that moment in our meeting where we break for lunch. Looking for,
Hallelujah.
yes, looks like the select board also likes that idea.
Yeah.
So I propose that we reconvene by 2:00. We will then start to talk about Article 10. And Josh, did you have something you wanted to say beforehand?
Maybe 1:45, Meg, if possible.
Absolutely. Yeah, 1:45.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to pick up again at 1:45 with Article 10, which has to do with the Windham Southeast School District.
Got enough time for you.
Okay, see you all then.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's now 2:00, and if you've stepped out for a little while, we are now picking up with the articles on the ballot as they appear. We're discussing Article 10. But before we get into the details of Article 10 and Article 11, both of which have to do with the Windham Southeast School District, I've asked John Johnson, our town clerk, if he could discuss what does it look like to vote on this school ballot.
On Tuesday, there are going to be two elections. The first is the town meeting ballot, and most of you, if not all of you, should have received the yellow ballot with the town issues, the one that we're discussing in this meeting. There's also a separate school ballot, which is pink. The town select board ordered me to mail all active Putney voters the town absentee ballot. The Windham Southeast School District Board did not order that. So before the mailing, which was February 10th, I believe, I reached out on iPutney, on the Putney Facebook groups, and recruited some people who had networks to email all their friends to request a school ballot. Not very many of you have done that. Less than 200 have requested the school ballot. So to get a ballot between now and Tuesday, you have two different options. If you call my office, and I'll be in the office Monday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. My phone number is 387-5862, extension 13. And just tell me that you want a school ballot. And what you'll do is you'll pull into the parking lot at Town Hall and I'll bring one out to you. And so that way you could vote early. I'm happy to do that for as many people as want a ballot. I want everyone to vote, and I want you to be able to do it in a way that you feel is safe and secure. The second way that you can vote is you can come to the fire station, 21 Carl Snyder Drive, Putney, Vermont, between 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. on Tuesday, March 2nd. And you can vote in person there. We'll do it a lot like we did it with the November general. There'll be one-way traffic, masks will be required. There's sneeze guards. We have extra staff to help clean. We will be using disposable writing instruments. So we're making it as safe as possible. We have some grant money left over from November that we're using to fund that. So this is not town money that's being spent for COVID protocols. But again, I want everybody to vote. I want them to be able to vote safely, and I want your vote to be counted. We will be checking the secure drop box again, which we obtained at no expense to the town with a state grant, up until 7 p.m. on Tuesday, March 2nd. So if you don't feel comfortable coming to the polls, feel free to use that and be sure that your vote will be collected and counted when we start counting ballots at 7 p.m. on Tuesday, March 2nd.
Great, thank you, Jonathan. Jamie Contois also put in chat a link, and as I've been telling people throughout the day, I'm generally not checking chat, but Alyssa did alert me to this. If you do want to get my attention, please use the raised hand function, which you can find in either the reactions or participants at the bottom of your screen, or use *9 if you're calling in. But Jamie's put in the Windham Southeast School District prepared and released a 2-page and 6-page info sheet on Article 10 and 11 that can be found at the top of the district website on the home page. And Jamie has kindly shared that website address. So there's more information from the school district at this website. Okay. I want to address, we've got a number of hands, and once again, we're going to go in order as they appeared. And that looks to be Ruby McAdoo. Can you unmute yourself and turn on your screen?
Sorry, I would be happy to speak a little bit about this, but this is actually, I forgot to take down my hand. But I'm glad though to just say that I am on the communications council of the school district, and so was one of the people who helped to draft the resources that Jamie mentioned. And also I'm the chair of the leadership council at Putney Central School. And so I do, as I mentioned, there are two board members here, the board members who hail from Putney. And so hopefully they can respond, but I've let the select board know that if there are questions, I'm happy to do my best to answer them as a Putney voter who's been really invested in and informed on this issue. It is complex. It's not easy to parse out, but hopefully by the end of our conversation, we'll all be able to vote. That's all.
Great, thank you, Ruby. And thank you for reminding us that this is a complicated issue. It's very complex. Towns have been struggling with how to best create governance for the schools. And I'm just going to remind people what I said at the beginning of the meeting this morning, and that even though we're not using Robert's rules and we're not actually deliberating, I'm asking everyone to assume goodwill on the part of all participants. And if you don't share an opinion or have a different perspective, that's fine. Just if you're able to make your comments in such a way that they realize that everybody's working hard about a very complex issue. I'm also not asking people to speak for a second time on the same article until everybody has spoken once. I'm also asking people to keep their comments to under 5 minutes so that everybody has a chance to ask the questions they want to ask. And if you're able to listen well to the people who have spoken ahead of you, that's a great benefit for all of us to get a sense of where do people stand, what is the nature of the debate. We won't be able to deliberate, but we can learn from one another as we go to the vote on our lonely independent selves, as opposed to deliberating en masse. My heart's a little broken this year as a moderator because we're not bringing out our Robert's rules, but anyway, enough of the sadness of being a moderator in 2021. Let's pick up with the next person I have online is Alan Blood. Would you please unmute yourself? And if you can, turn on your camera.
So I'm not sure everybody's aware, but there was a Zoom meeting on Tuesday that was to talk about the school ballots. And that was attended by lots of people, and we had great discussions. And even though this Article 10 and 11 are not on the school budget, that was talked about extensively there. So I would be glad to report on some of that discussion. But before that happens, I would hope that Liz and Ann, our two representatives to the Windham Southeast School District, would have an opportunity to speak if they so choose. I know they had their hands up earlier, so I'm hoping they might be able to move to the front of the line if they choose to.
Okay, and Alan, just to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, would you like them to speak before you continue your thoughts?
Yes, I would.
All right. Well, I'm waiting to see whether Liz or Ann is willing. Ann Beekman. I see your hand is up, and also Liz Adams. So let's go to Ann Beekman first. If you would please unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you can.
I apologize. I am unable to use my camera given the vagaries of my internet connection. Zoom will
That's
freeze
fine.
and I will get kicked out.
No problem.
I am here to say that I am willing to answer such questions as I am able. The school district board, on advice of council, has been advised that we are not to advocate for either position. I would like to point out to everyone in this call that regardless of what answers I give, it would personally benefit me to remain merged.
Great.
So I hope you will consider that when you consider where I'm coming from when I give answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Thank you for clarifying your position. Liz Adams, are you able to unmute yourself? Do you want to add anything? If you're, see, I think.
I can see Alan, so I think he might be in that slot.
That's BCTV organizing that though.
I know, but I think they have to put somebody up.
I don't see Liz on, her hand isn't up at the moment that I can find. Liz, are you still here with us? Yes, you are. Thank you.
Hi, I wasn't able to unmute before.
Yeah.
So what Ann said is correct, and any answers that we give you are just going to be straightforward. They don't advocate one way or the other. And I think I'll leave it at that unless people really need unless people need more background on why is this issue coming up now? If that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. We understand that you're in a difficult position, that you have been counseled to be careful with what you say, so.
Well, the board also wanted the information that the board has put out is unbiased. And that was very important to us to present it in that fashion. Because when we voted on the merger a few years ago, the information put out was not unbiased, and we're all very sensitive to that. So I thought that folks should know that the board is not taking a position one way or the other on this. We just wanted to give people information about this vote.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Liz. So Alan, we'll go back to you if you want to. No? Yes?
Well, we can go with Alan's. I'm just, and disclose that, that if the merger remained, she personally benefited from that. I'm wondering whether that's true for Liz too. I'm assuming the nature of that is that you are stipended, or yes, you are stipended for your role on the board, and that's the nature of that benefit. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Liz is nodding, saying, yes, that's true. So we're hearing Ann and we're seeing Liz.
My statement would be that my reasons are entirely personal to my family, and to answer your question accurately would involve invading the privacy of someone besides me.
That's fine. Okay. But just to be clear, you are currently stipended for your position at WSESD, correct?
And Liz is signaling yes.
Right. Okay.
Okay. And so now I'm going to move back to going through the voters whose hands have been waiting. And I understand this is a select board meeting. That's what we're operating under, the umbrella of a select board meeting. I'm not able to see the select board as easily in this view. So if you really want to jump in, you will need to unmute yourself. Otherwise, I'm going to continue with the hands as they are up. So we're going back to Alan.
Okay, so several things. One is, again, as they said, that board was not taking a position for or against. They did ask all the principals to speak about the issue, and at least 5 principals in the district spoke, saying how they didn't say they wanted to keep it the way it is, but they did say how grateful they were that it was in this. The way it's organized now, they said it's been very useful for them during the pandemic to be in a more collaborative position between the different schools. A few teachers gave similar expressions. One said they hoped that this wouldn't pass because if it did pass, their principal would be taken away from running the school and be involved with trying to reorganize the school system. There is a sign in the middle in Dummerston Center, signed by most of the staff of the Dummerston School, about 20 of them, saying they wanted us to vote no because they're all in favor of keeping it the current way. There was the expression that if everybody voted yes on all of this, we have no idea what would happen because we don't know if we legally have any power in this case. There are several new bills in the state legislature, some advocating for us to have more power to separate, some advocating for us to have less power to separate. So we don't know what the legal position would be, but we do know it would probably take at least a year or two for the separation to take place if it happened. There was also discussion of that if we were to separate, it probably would cost Putney District would have to pay a penalty if we kept our budget as high as it is now. We currently are exempted from the penalty that the state forces on school districts for spending too much money because we're aligned with the high school, and somehow there's an exemption there. I didn't understand it, but we would no longer have the exemption, would have to pay $2 for every dollar we have over the state maximum. Another thing that was said was that the high school district was abolished when this new district was formed. So we would, if we got out of this new Windham Southeast district, we would no longer have a high school as part of, we wouldn't be participating in a high school district anymore. And if we wanted to send our students to Brattleboro High School, we would have to tuition them there. There was no estimate on how much that would cost us, but it might cost more than we're currently spending to spend our students there. At any rate, before that meeting, I was strongly against staying as a union with these other towns. And after the meeting, I completely changed my opinion. I'm sorry, there were probably 100 people at that meeting, but I'm sorry more of you weren't able to be there because it was clear to me that there are currently advantages to stay in the union that I wasn't aware of before I was at that meeting. So glad to let somebody else talk.
Thank you, Alan.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Alan. I now have Marnie Rosner, sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. Do you wish to unmute yourself and start your video?
Okay. I got my unmuted. I don't
Yep,
see.
we can hear you a little bit, not too well.
I'm trying to start the video, but it doesn't seem to want to start.
That's fine.
It doesn't matter. I can ask my question. Alan partially answered it. My question was, I wasn't able to get to those meetings, but I had been paying attention just in the press and to what the Dummerston teachers were saying. And it was also giving me the sense that during this pandemic is not the time to withdraw. And whether or not in the future, if we wanted to withdraw, if it's going to be more difficult. But I guess from what Alan was saying, that none of us know because there are bills in the legislature going both ways. So that really it's up to what's happening in the legislature. It's not something that we, with the Windham Southeast Supervisory District, can determine. But it did seem that given that the difficulty that all the families are under and the teachers are under in the pandemic, that this is not the time, even if we want to down the road to withdraw, this is not the time to do it. So that was my sense.
Great. Thank you, Marnie. The next hand that I have is Ann Carey. Are you able to unmute yourself, Ann?
Hi, this is this is Ann. My comment isn't germane, so I'm going to wait till the end of the meeting and I'll pass.
Okay, thank you, Ann. The next person in the queue is Howard Fairman. Are you able to unmute yourself? Yes, I think we can hear you now, Howard.
Okay, good, because I just got a message saying the host is not allowing members to unmute themselves.
Oh,
So it's always nice when a computer is wrong.
mm-hmm.
2 points, one very brief. If we were under Robert's Rules of Order, I would have raised the question of personal privilege. Before 2 p.m., it appears we had a misunderstanding about what was going on. I confirmed officially that members, that our representatives on the Windham Southeast School Board were not present, but it turns out that now we know why. So I withdraw those remarks. Now, continuing here, Article 10, shall the voters of the town of Putney authorize the town to withdraw from the Windham Southeast School District? Question to our representatives on the Windham Southeast School Board. What could be the results of voting yes? What could be the results of voting no?
Thank you, Howard, for reading over that article. I think I didn't do that. And there is more information on page 51 of the town report. So thank you, Howard, for that. Do we have a response from either Anne or Liz to Howard's specific question? Yes, Liz. And you need to unmute.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah, they're letting me unmute now. Okay. So I want to be really clear with everybody. When I came to the select board and asked them to put this on the ballot, the board had received correspondence from people asking us to do so, and we obliged. The concern was at that time that 16 V.S.A. 724 would be amended by the legislature, this legislative session. So there was a sense of urgency that it's now or never. That sense of urgency has gone away because it's evidently not going to make crossover. So nothing will be done until a year from now, if that's even the case. The benefit of doing so would be that we would have some more control over the central school. If the town votes yes, and on both, we're in a legal wilderness, because the statute that I just cited applies to voluntarily merged districts. We were not voluntarily merged, we were force merged. So that puts us in kind of no man's land. If the town votes yes, then the State Board of Education would have to be presented with that. They don't have any authority one way or another because we aren't covered in statute. So we don't know what would happen there. It's just a lot of unknowns. If we vote yes, it's not a for sure thing that we could actually do this. If we vote no, we may have a chance in the future to do so. There was some hesitation on the part of the board because of COVID. That was one of my concerns, was COVID and people just already being overwhelmed with everything in their lives, never mind considering this particular question. Did I answer your question, Howard? I lose track.
So I think, Liz, Howard's question was, what would be the effect if voters of Putney on Article 10 voted to authorize the town to withdraw? I think that was Howard's question.
Okay, that's kind of, we're in the legal wilderness at that point. We don't know.
Great. Thank you, Liz. And Anne also has her hand up on this. So Howard, I was going to turn to her as well before we go back to you. Anne Beekman, are you able to unmute? And are you?
I think
right.
I have unmuted now.
Yes, good.
Thank you very much. While it is difficult to predict what the outcome of a yes or vote would be, we would, in a way, return to our local boards, which offer a more in-depth view of each individual school. In the short term, the voters of Putney would be offered the option of rejoining the Brattleboro Union High School District number 6 board, or of remaining a choice town. Those options would be available if we were to withdraw from the Windham Southeast School District.
Mm-hmm.
The Windham Southeast Supervisory Union would continue to exist, and Putney would continue to have representation on that board.
Oh.
Many of the things that we have done both before and after merger have been operated through the Supervisory Union Board.
Great.
Your taxes will go up were you to take a look at historically your school taxes, you will see they pretty much always go up. So I dare say the answer to that is either way, your taxes will go up. I'm not sure if I've helped answer Mr. Fairman's question. I'm happy to elaborate if I have not.
Great.
I would like to point out that I have served on the, I served on the Putney Town School District beginning in 2013. And as of 2016, I began serving on the BUHS District Number 6 Board as well, at which time I have continuously served since that time on the Windham Southeast Supervisory Union Board and the Windham Regional Career Center Regional Advisory Board. I am the only member of the school board that is able to say all of those things.
Wow. Great. Thank you, Anne. Howard, I noticed that your hand is not still up. I'm assuming perhaps the questions were answered. If you wish to get back on the queue, please do so. I'm going to turn to Lisa Papazian. Lisa Papazian, are you able to unmute yourself?
That I did. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's Lisa. Thanks, Meg.
Sorry about that.
I guess I want to go back a step. Liz Adams answered one of my questions, which is how did this article get on our agenda? It doesn't sound like any of the schools are in favor, or even the board, the existing board. And I'm wondering where we only just a few years ago voted, with the mergers happened, and wondering if this is just, why are we going through this now? Where did this question come from? Was it petitioned by a certain number of voters, or was it put on by the select board or the school board? And
Great.
why?
Yeah, thanks, Lisa, for that question. Is there somebody on the select board?
Do you want me
You
to
guys
talk about it since I'm the one who said?
Sure, if you want to. Yeah.
The articles were brought to a select board meeting, and the normal way it would have been done is that there would have had to be 5% of the voters sign a petition to get on. One of the things that Ruby shared with us that day was that timing has been kind of crazy, and I think they only knew about it maybe 2 days before they would have had to get 100 signatures. And so I personally know that there are a lot of people, neighbors I've heard talk about this and care about this. So I said, as a select board member, I thought we are able to say without them needing to get the signed petition, we are able to decide as a select board, this can be put on to be voted by the voters. So I personally knew that there are people who care deeply about this, and I didn't want this to not be an option to vote on. I did not know how complicated it was. I didn't, and it sounds like, I mean, from what Alan has said and from what other people have said, it sounds like people felt strongly one way. It may be feeling strongly a different way now because things have changed so much from the time when it was actually merged. So that's how it got on the ballot.
Great, thank you, Bara.
Just to elaborate one step further on that, it was not at the request of the select board that this came up, and that was indicated in what Barrett said, but the district asked us if we would be willing to put it on as a warrant article without having to petition, and as Barrett said, we agreed to do that. So we didn't invite it, well, we didn't ask for it, but we agreed to it.
Can I make a comment too? And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but it was my understanding that all towns within the consolidated merged district needed to have these two articles on their town ballots in order for any vote to happen.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Thank you from the select board for that information. I have, the next hand is Meredith and Casey. Is that Meredith Wade? Do you wish to unmute yourself?
Yep.
Great, and start your camera if you can. Excellent.
I think my question was answered by Liz about where, and what Lisa said too, is like, where did this come from? And Liz said that they brought it forward because it felt like it was an urgent issue. But what I'm also hearing, or what I think I heard from Liz, was that it is not an urgent issue right now. It's not pressing that we decide this, and that it's probably not a great time to say no. I mean, to say yes, and to get out of this situation that has not even had time to develop. I also went to the meeting and heard David Scholes, the chair of the board, say that they are still just developing all their systems and how to make this work. So, it's taken 1.5 years to pull this together and start to make it work. So we really haven't given it a chance. So it feels like to me, if it's not urgent, it's not pressing, we're not going to lose an opportunity to make a change, then we could give it more time. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Meredith.
Yep.
Ruby McAdoo, are you able to unmute yourself and turn on your screen if you can?
Yes. I was also at the meeting on Tuesday that Alan and Meredith were at. I, as part of the Leadership Council, ran 2 small question and answer sessions that were very sparsely attended, but were great conversations. And I guess I am speaking right now with my voter hat on. So just as Ruby McAdoo, who is voting, because I find myself in this kind of awkward position where I disagree with a lot of what I hear. And it reminds me of when I voted on the merger, and all of my friends, everyone I knew was voting no to the merger, and I voted yes. And I voted yes because the people I trusted were saying, I think that this is a good idea. Take the bull by the horns and let's do it. So I did that. And it felt similar to now, which was that the loudest voices were the ones that had great points, and they were really upset that this was even being asked. But what I appreciate about Putney is that we are allowing for the questions. The question has been asked. We are being asked to vote on this. And so I think there isn't a wrong decision here. But ultimately, from my perspective, what I've seen as a parent and as someone who's been going to school board meetings from before this merger, through this merger, every single meeting I'm at. I feel that there's been a fundamental change in how we as a community are interacting with and being part of this district. And as much as I believe that there are things we could do to improve the merger and how we as a community engage and how we understand ourselves as part of this merged district. But ultimately, as right now I'm the chair of the Leadership Council, I can't say we're doing it successfully now. And I feel like, since the question has been asked, for me, what my heart wants, what I want, what I think would serve this community best is a smaller school board and a district that is Putney. And that, knowing that involves complicated formulas to figure out what we owe in taxes and issues around the high school and how do we pay for our kids to get there? But I trust that we would figure them out and we would serve our community and our kids better through a system like that. That being said, the loudest voices right now are making great points. And I would say I have not heard from our own school that, in the way that we heard from the staff of Dummerston and Guilford, I haven't heard a cry of this is not the time. I haven't heard anything from our staff. If I, as a parent, heard what the same type of sentiment from our PCS staff that I heard that is coming from Dummerston, I would be saying vote no as well. But I'm not hearing that. And all I can do is say that I, as an involved community member, have see some merit to considering and allowing for this question. And I plan to and intend to vote yes on both of them.
Meg, this is
Thank you.
Sarah. Meg,
Yes, Vera.
I'd like to just speak to an earlier question. I think it was Lisa, with the just general question of why is this on the ballot? And as Ruby was speaking, it became clear to me why I kind of advocated for this to be put on the ballot as a select board decision. Because what I heard about when the merger happened is that people didn't have a voice. They were not able to choose. I don't know if that's true or not. I just heard that. That's how they felt. They didn't get to vote yes or no. And so my sense was that, well, if this goes on the ballot, people can now vote yes or no. And I get that it's not necessarily the right time and it's really complicated, but I think that was where I was partly coming from, that I heard that people felt disenfranchised. And this is potentially a way where people would feel like their vote was being heard. The other thing I just want to ask, if for anybody who might be able to answer, is what does our school think? I mean, does anybody know? What the teachers or the principal or whoever?
Do we have anybody on this call who could answer Vera's question or Ruby's question? I see other hands. Jamie, I want to know, no, you just raised your hand. Jamie, if you're raising your hand to answer this particular question, would you unmute yourself? Jamie Contois.
I'm Jamie Contois in Putney and mom of 2 young kids, and have been active and served on the Putney Central School Board and was a part of the transition team that ultimately created the merged district. I was really concerned about the answer to that question that Vera asked. And so I did multiple outreach attempts. And I think, I don't want to share what, people said privately, but I got a sense that people don't have the bandwidth for this, or that it was kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other. So that being said, there wasn't the same voice. I felt very similar to Ruby, that if we had heard a really clear message, the way the Dummerston teachers have spoken, that would have really informed me. But the piece that I just wanted to thank Ruby for articulating was that, as somebody who's been involved for a number of years now, that there is a very clear change, and that we have, 2 school board members who are here now who work very hard, but that we've transitioned from a body of, I think, 28 people, running 10 schools, to a body of 10 folks running 10 schools. And that when you go to meetings now, it's, we used to have 2 meetings a month in Putney. And now I think we have like 2 or 3 meetings in Putney a year. And there's just, it's a very different world. And so that being said, a number of us have also witnessed things that are really lovely about the merger. There's been a collaboration that's lovely, and discussions about how some of the benefits of the merger could be brought within the SU, so that you look at what is good about something and you say, let's figure out how to preserve that. So I think we have some just challenges ahead of us to figure out how to address some of the changes, because there's been a clear, distinctive change.
Thank you, Jamie. The next hand I have in the queue is Maggie Cassidy. Are you able to unmute yourself and turn on your camera?
Yes. 2 things. One, to speak to the point about having a voice. In fact, none of the towns really did have a voice It was a forced merger. Act 46 was passed kind of before people realized what was happening, and then it forced the merger. So we voted against the merger, and we merged anyway. So yes, all of us felt disenfranchised by that, I think, whether we voted for it or against it at the time. I'd like to circle back to the question of timing, because one question is, why now? And so I'd like to go to unravel back to ask the school board members. They brought the question, or maybe Ruby did, but the school board members brought this question to the select board in each town. Where did it come to the district board from? I'd be interested to know.
Great. Thank you, Maggie. And Ann Beekman, you have your hand raised. Are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Yeah.
It is very difficult to answer many questions without a great deal of backstory. So the reason for now is because in September of this year, the State Board of Education approved what is commonly referred to in school board jargon as a district divorce. It was the first one in the state. At the time, certain members of the State Board of Education indicated that they wish to advocate to our legislators that legislation be passed that prevent any further dissolutions. As Meredith pointed out quite correctly, the urgency for this has passed. However, in my decision to ask that it be brought before townspeople, it is entirely about the disenfranchisement. And I feel very strongly that it was not within my rights as a school board member or anybody else's rights to decide whether or not people got to vote. Mm-hmm. Whether we vote for or against, I will believe that democracy has been respected.
Great. Thank you,
and I don't want to go through this right now any more than anybody else does. Prior to merger, as we were merging, I was putting in 50 hours a week, and it's not my real job. And I have no doubt that I would be in that situation again.
Thank you, Anne. Robin Ekstrom, are you able to unmute yourself and turn on your camera? Great.
Yeah, hi.
I think,
sorry, we're watching on two pads. My wife is shutting hers off.
Okay.
First of all, I really wanted to compliment the members of this, the select board and the members of the school board who are present for, as I understand it, bringing to a vote something that they might not personally wish to see happen. I think that's extraordinarily thoughtful and respectful of the residents of the town, the voters of the town. So, chapeau. And the other thing is, I believe Mike Murwicki is still participating, and I would like to ask him if he has any sense as to what might be coming down the pike in the future from the legislature in terms of the ability to revisit this issue in a year's time, 2 years' time. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Mike Murwicki, are you still here on this call? Are you able to unmute yourself? Sometimes people are here, but not here.
Here we go.
Yes, excellent. Can you turn on your camera again, Mike?
You bet.
Thank you.
Usually it's raising my hand and unmuting myself at the same time. It becomes the equivalent to walking and chewing gum. Thanks for the question, Robin. This is a question that's been in front of a lot of us for a while now, and COVID has superseded all of this, though. I can say that from my perspective, what's happening in the House, and especially House education, are overbearing concerns on how our kids are doing. And what that means is that ideas about Act 46, mergers, not having mergers, is really on the back burner. I don't see a change in the law that does allow these withdrawals, but of course, there's special considerations in this instance because we're not clear how that law would affect forced mergers. One of the things we are looking to do, though, is to have a study on whether Act 46 is meeting the outcomes that it set. But again, this is something else that's further down the line. And I think there are a number of other concerns in regard to education that are on the front burner. And then right after that, I think one of the other biggest concerns we're looking at is statewide, there was a moratorium on school construction after the last recession. That's accumulated a backlog of construction that's quickly coming to the front burner. So I think that may be a next priority we're looking at. So I hope that answers your question, Robin.
Thank you, Mike Merwicki. I don't see any other hands up at the moment. Does anybody want, and I would guess that we're talking about Article 10 and Article 11. Yes, Lisa Papazian.
Cute. Okay. Hi, I appreciate what everyone has said, and I still have, I guess I'm wondering, I mean, Ruby, you spoke about this very candidly, and I appreciate that, but I felt, I heard your conflict in how you were deciding this, and I just wonder, is there anyone on this Zoom call that feels very strongly in support of this, even after the time pressure may not be on at this time? Is there anyone who can convince me why this a good idea to vote yes? Because I haven't heard that yet, and I'm wondering if there is anyone who is still advocating that strongly.
Thank you, Lisa, for wanting to call out some of the dissenting voices or minority voices that we may have here. Is there anybody who wishes to discuss why or share with voters? Yes, Tara Castine. Can you unmute yourself and if possible, turn on your camera?
Okay, both are done.
Thank you.
I am also on the Ruby thought process that, is it the right time? Probably not. Is the legislation going to happen anytime soon? Probably not. But this thing was placed on a ballot, and it behooves us to think about what it is allowing us to do. And for those of us that voted no to this merger that we were then forced to do, it's an important discussion that needs to happen. And there are so many unknowns, but they're not unknowns that we can't overcome or strategize on. It was mentioned earlier in this call by Anne that if we vote yes, we would be able to either have school choice or potentially rejoin the BUHS number 6 union, which would require all towns to have that conversation. And I full-heartedly agree with Ruby that the part that I'm missing as a parent, as an alumni of Putney, as a Putney resident, is the day-to-day local conversations that are happening about our school. You go to these school board meetings and they're hours long, and in some cases, conversation can't happen. It's happening very minimally. There are a ton of committee meetings that are happening outside of the board meeting, which are actually having conversations that pertain to each of these items that the board then discusses in very high level conversations and are voting on. And those meetings are happening during work days. They're happening at times when the normal parent possibly can't attend. And so the only conduit we have is these board meetings that are on a level of conversation that's happening up here. And that doesn't feel very good as a parent and as someone who really wants to have the best options for our students and for our school. So I agree with Ruby, is at the time, probably not, but I will be voting yes, because I believe that we need to bring it back locally for our students and for our conversations to happen, to be able to make those decisions about our school within our town. And that's where I'm at. So I don't know if it will pass, if it will not pass, but my vote is yes, because I think the possibilities are unlimited. And for us to vote no just because we don't have all the answers. I mean, there's no rules for or against right now what actually happens next. So we would be potentially in territory of unknown, but that would be a good feeling as well, because it means we can make decisions and steer our education and our school where we want it to go. So thank you for allowing me to talk today.
Thank you, Tara. I have Michael Wells. You haven't spoken on this issue before. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you, Meg. I'm well past having small children in the Putney Central School, but I'm certainly not well past having a strong community. And I think communities in Vermont frequently are focused on schools, and schools reinforce small communities, which is one of the reasons we love to live in Vermont. For anyone who's interested, there's just an excellent article in Vermont Digger, very thoroughly researched, about the school in Lincoln, Vermont, which is very central to the community, as is our central school. And they're looking at being forced to join a union, and it's tearing the community apart. I think the state of Vermont is missing something and really made a bad mistake in Act 46 by forcing mergers. I don't think this is a direction we as a state should take. I think we should enforce or not support strong communities, and the schools are an integral part of those communities. I think people's hesitation to vote yes is to just want to keep things the way they are, the way they have been for a year and a half or 2 years, which is understandable. But if we go back 3 or 4 or 5 years, people want to keep things the way things were then, and they're actually, from my view, quite excellent. We have a great school. We have a great community. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Michael. Sally and Billy, you haven't spoken before on this issue. Can you unmute yourself, and are you able to share your video? I think you're still muted.
Oh,
there we
okay.
go.
I just got the okay to unmute.
Yeah.
Billy, we have 20 somethings, well, a 30 something and a 20 something. So this is well beyond, us as parents. And one of the things I'm curious about, I remember a few years ago, I've colleagues whose children are in the Demerston school, and we were talking about food at school. And I had come from town meeting, was talking about the wonderful farm to table food program and chef that we have. And the Demerston parents reported, oh, we don't have anything like that. And I was feeling rather proud of Putney. And as I consider this question, maybe it's a question for other people, but if we didn't have this farm to table program with our great chef today, could we easily implement that in this new merged district? So really my question is, how nimble are we as an individual school to respond to our community and what our community wants in this new merged district?
Great question, Sally. Is there anyone here who could answer that? Ann Beekman, I know you've had your hand up. do you think that, are you in a position that you could answer Sally's question? Would that program continue?
I am more or less in a position to answer it.
Great.
Those efforts were a direct result of the Putney Town School Board. We are continuing our farm to table program currently under the merged district, but the other schools in the district are not participating and purchase their food service collectively through cafe services. As to how easy it would be to implement it in the other schools, well, it costs more. So I am not entirely clear as to whether the will exists to put it in place in the rest of our districts. But it does exist as a direct result of the efforts of your local school board. And in particular, I'd like to offer thanks to Alice Laughlin.
Great, thank you. Sally, it sounds like, did I mischaracterize the question?
Yes, it was really, the question is, and I'm sorry I wasn't clear. My question was, if we had the cafe services today and our Putney community wanted to have the farm to table, have what we have now, this is just imagining, would we be nimble enough to do that today under the merged district? It sort of gets to the heart of, we have wonderful innovations in our elementary school, at least that I've learned about from a distance. Does being a part of the merged district inhibit our ability to do other things like the food program? And I picked the food program because we are distinct in the elementary schools and having it. So it's really not would other schools do it or could we continue it? It's really a question about the environment. Could we do this today in the merged district, assuming we hadn't done it previously? Is that clear?
That's clear to me. Does that help?
Yes.
The short answer is no.
Oh.
We would be under contract with the rest of the member schools of the district to cafe services. The town of Putney could, for example, do a fundraiser and build a new playground independent of the district. But no, the people of Putney would not be able to make a decision such as the current farm to school program.
So I'm going to just be a little bit of a timekeeper here. We're moving into an hour on these two articles, and I want to make sure that people get the information they need. This is a tough decision. So I'm going to point to a couple other people who have not spoken yet. Julia Forsyth. Are you able to unmute yourself? Yeah.
Hope so. Yeah. Hi, can you hear me?
Yep. Absolutely.
I've been following this very carefully and was really engaged in many of the school meetings that happened when questions around the merger came up a few years ago. The issue for me then, and I'm still thinking about it, was one about democracy. And one of the things we have when we have a school board meeting in conjunction with our town meeting is that the citizens of this town come together and hear about the school and are therefore connected to it and think about it. So oddly enough, my concern isn't about the quality of education for our kids, which I think is high and will remain high. I don't have any doubt about the quality of the educators or any of that. But what I'm grieving, if you will, is the loss of connection between the rest of the community and the school. So many parents have spoken here, but what about the seniors? I mean, where are we in connection to the school? And I feel like without that accountability that comes through a school board meeting in the town, we lose something that's very, very precious. I take Alan's point. I could certainly go down and meet with 100 other people from various communities. That budget is hundreds of pages deep. As was said earlier by Tara, the committee structure means that we wouldn't have access to so many conversations. And I think it's a question of scale for me. And that one of the things I love about being here is that we can really be a community together around things like our school, and it's very important. So I continue to watch this. I continue to care about it. I certainly understand why people would not vote the way I'm probably going to vote, although I don't know yet. And I don't assume I'm going to win. But I do feel like this voice for democracy really needs to be expressed. I'm really worried about it.
Great, thank you, Julie. I've got just a couple of other hands here. Everyone's spoken before, but I want to give you all a chance. So I think the next person who's up is Meredith. Are you able to unmute yourself, Meredith? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask one quick question, and also pose an idea based on what Julie just said. My question is, just to clarify this, if we vote, I guess it's how do the other towns vote impact what actually happens? So I'm wondering about Article 11. If we vote no, and the other towns are mixed in their votes, do we have to have a unanimous either yes or no for actually anything to happen, right? So are we, I think we need, I guess that's my main question is, doesn't this have to happen? Everyone has to agree to either stay together or everyone has to agree to dissolve. Is that true? And then my quick comment about what Julie just brought up about democracy and Michael's point about pulling the community together is wondering if there's a way that even if we stay in this structure and have our leadership council, if there's a way for more of us to come together to have these discussions, not just at town meeting, but in more often and say, what is happening with Putney Central School? Please inform us as the broader community. Have the leadership committee do more outreach and engage more of us in those conversations about what is important to us about the school. Thanks.
Great. Is there anybody who can answer Meredith's question? Yes.
This is Vera on the select board.
Yeah.
I think it would be better for somebody from the school board, so the board to answer this for sure, but this is a question that I raised and Ruby and I discussed this. Title 16 V.S.A 724 specifically states that one town could withdraw and the other towns could stay, but that apparently, I didn't know this at the time, but apparently that applies only to voluntarily merged. Because we were forced merged, it sounds like there is no statute that necessarily tells us what it is, but maybe Liz or Ann can speak to that.
Ann, you have your hand up. Do you want to unmute yourself? Can you answer this question?
Yes, I can answer the question. As I understand it, all member towns must give permission for any other member town to withdraw. So if we wish to withdraw, it must be approved by the voters in Dummerston, Guilford, and Brattleboro. And the same goes for we must approve any of those towns wishing to withdraw. So indeed, we could all vote no, or we could all vote yes, and Dummerston could vote no to Article 11, and that would end the whole conversation for the time being. Is that helpful?
Okay, thank you, Ann.
That's not my understanding of 16 V.S.A 724, but I don't know, Ann, maybe you know this, whether, because the discussion I've heard, and maybe Mike can clarify, discussion I've heard seemed to imply that 16 V.S.A 724 actually applies only to merged districts that were voluntary. I don't know if there is a statute that applies specifically to merged schools that were forced. And so this seems like it's a gray area, because my understanding under 16 V.S.A. 724, which may only apply to voluntarily merged school districts, one school can choose to leave, and as long as the other towns agree to let one town can choose to leave. As long as all the other towns agree to let that town leave, then one town can leave on its own.
I'm sorry, that's what I thought I said, Bara.
Okay,
The other towns must agree to give permission to any one town to withdraw.
Right.
And you are correct in that 16 V.S.A. 724 does not address forcibly merged districts. However, our attorney advised us that if we were voting based on that, it would apply in this
Okay.
situation as well.
thank you.
Great. Okay, it sounds like we have a little more clarity here. I have 4 hands still up, and I'm going to go to Ken Pick, who has not spoken yet on either of these articles. Ken, do you want to unmute yourself? Or Virginia?
It's Virginia, sorry. I mean, he's here too, but I'm going to talk. And I just want to say that my concern, this seems very complicated, and it seems like most of us will vote no because it seems like the wrong time to do it. But, and also seems like we could vote yes because it's not going to pass anyway. With the other towns aren't going to, some town will not approve it. I'm sure that won't happen, that this would go through. But my concern is that a no vote will send the message to the state that Putney voters are fine with how this is. And I have a lot of personal reasons to question how it's going. I don't have enough information, but from my own experience, I do feel this loss of a school board for which I was on for 10 years and really enjoyed the interaction with the school. And now I have grandchildren coming to the school, so I still really want to be involved. But I don't want to send the message that Putney is fine with it and does not want to consider this in the future. And I don't know how we can send that message by voting yes or no. Maybe only by voting yes, I don't know. But I mean, I don't really think it should happen now, but now I'm feeling like maybe I'll vote yes just to keep the issue alive. So I'm wondering if other people have opinions about that.
Great. You're getting some hand claps on that one, Virginia. And thumbs up, etc. So I'm going to keep going, moving this along to Howard Fairman. Are you able to unmute yourself?
No, I have.
Great.
I'm wondering, this has been an excellent discussion, and I'm wondering about what the original rationale was for forced mergers. So as Representative Murwicki is with us, I have a question for Representative Murwicki. When the legislative act authorizing forced mergers was before the Vermont House of Representatives on third reading, which is the final enactment, did you vote yes or no, and why?
Great. Mike Murwicki, are you still here? Are you able to unmute yourself?
Here we go. You know, I hate to say this to you, Howard, but I'm going to have to ask you to repeat the question.
I believe the question was, did you vote on the initial, is this right, on the initial Act 46? And if so, why? Or if you didn't, what? So it's going back to the legislative history. And if you could explain your vote and why you did it.
Sure. The simple answer is no, I didn't vote for it. And I felt like our whole, not only our schools, but our whole school system was working well. However, that wasn't the case. The bill was voted for by a majority, and a lot of places in Vermont where this does work. And I'll go back to what was said earlier, though, that I think one of the overriding concerns is COVID. And we're not focusing on this right now. And I don't see that this precludes taking time later on to do so.
Great. Thank you, Mike Merwicki. I'm going to move ahead to Lisa Papazian and then Ruby McAdoo, and that's what I have. Lisa, can you unmute? Yep.
Thank you. Sorry to be the third time around for me, but I did want to, I did take note that at least two of the Leadership Council members have said they would vote yes. And I don't know how Jamie feels, or I don't know if this is appropriate to ask, but I do wonder, in terms of what Meredith was saying, do any of you who are on the council feel, hopeful in the event that this vote is a no, for the effectiveness or maybe the increased effectiveness for the Leadership Council? It seems like it has promise, but I'm interested to know what you who are on it think about that.
And the next person I was going to call on is Ruby McAdoo. So maybe that's just too perfect. Ruby McAdoo, yes.
Hi, thanks, Lisa. That's a really good transition because I was raised my hand in order to let people know about the leadership councils when we meet, and inviting people to participate in them. They're open meetings. We meet on the first Thursday of the month at 4:30, from 4:30 to 6, and the third Monday from 6:30 to 8. We do have a Facebook page where you can find these events so that you don't have to scroll them down on a piece of paper and try to remember them later. But and also you can reach out to me or anyone who's on the Leadership Council for more information. And I guess I would just say that the school board has been focusing on leadership councils to try to enhance them and make them more effective. This is my own perspective. I admittedly very biased. Putney has actually got our stuff together. Like, our leadership council is doing really well. We have a good representation of community members and mostly parents, and we are active, we regularly meet, and there are some schools in the districts that they might have a leadership council, but it's not really active. And so I think that the school board's intention had been to have this time, February, be a really intense focus on the leadership councils, that we're going to have a summit that would bring together the various leadership councils so that they could see, what are you doing and what are you doing and how can we learn from each other. That's, I think, still the intention of the board. And so I have every expectation that regardless of how this vote comes down, that's still going to be what they pick up and the focus to try to enhance it. Because, definitely if we stay in this merged district, I really do think that the leadership councils are fundamental to finding community engagement and also determining how the school board understands the values of each individual community. And I cannot say that the leadership councils, even Putney's, have been successful in fulfilling that charge. But I can tell you that I think Putney is the one that knows very well that is the charge, and we're trying. And we're, if you have seen, I manage the Facebook page for the Leadership Council, and I really am trying to push out to I Love Putney and to iPutney when there's something relevant to the larger community. We had a discussion about Black Lives Matter curriculum, and we invited people to come and talk about it. We had these community forums that were for more than just parents around this vote. And so we'll continue to do that because, and frankly, I think we would continue to do that if we're merged or if we successfully withdraw. These leadership councils are a great idea, and we could make them better, but they definitely are. So hopefully you'll come and participate. And you're welcome to join, but please just come and participate is fine.
Great. So I know I'm going to make a couple of people unhappy. I'm going to suggest that we move on to the other articles, and that's because we are we took quite a bit of time for these two articles. They're obviously very important, but I want to make sure that people who are hanging in there for these next two articles also get a chance. And if you have any questions now, we know who the key actors are for many of these issues having to do with the school, and to get in touch with people directly for more information before you vote on Tuesday. Josh, you want to jump in?
Yeah, Meg, I just want to thank you for, I think it's important we move on in the schedule too, but I just want to make one point that's valid to both this conversation and our conversations, and that is there was an implication, I thought, that once stuff moves into committees, that it sort of goes out of democratic process and that people don't have access to that. Every single one of these meetings, whether it's a committee meeting or otherwise, with very few exceptions, are subject to open meeting law. So if you have a topic that you're interested in following and it's in committee of the district, some committee of the district, those are also subject to public meeting law, and they are also definitely open to the public. So don't feel like you need to be removed from that conversation. That's true for us too.
Great. And there's probably also more information now available in chat if you check along with that. But I don't look at chat. I just look at what's on my list in front of me. And so we are now going to move to Article 12. And this is, shall it be resolved that the town of Putney hereby endorses federal legislation which will provide universal comprehensive health care coverage with zero cost sharing for all of our community residents during this crisis, such as the Healthcare Emergency Guarantee Acts and beyond, such as the Medicare-for-All Acts of 2019, and shall it be further resolved that the town of Putney calls on Senator Sanders and Leahy and Representative Welsh to work vigorously toward the immediate enactment of this or similar legislation, thus ensuring health care coverage as a basic human right for all Americans. Oftentimes in Putney, we talk about resolutions, they come from the floor. When they have been warned on a ballot ahead of time, they do have more substance than a non-binding resolution from the floor of a town meeting. So I just wanted to make that clear. And then I'm hoping that Jane Katz-Field, Dr. Jane Katz-Field, are you here on the call? Can you unmute yourself and perhaps even put on your camera? Let's see. Jane Katz-Field, are you here?
I am here. It takes
Excellent.
before you're allowed to do these things that you're asking.
Great. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you for reading that, Meg. And I just hope that people see this resolution as part of a nationwide political movement to guarantee comprehensive health care coverage with no deductibles, no co-pays, no out-of-pocket expenses to everyone. And this political movement is widespread. The Vermont Medical Society, which represents 2,400 Vermont physicians and physician assistants, endorsed publicly financed single payer. And other national health professional organizations have done likewise, as have over 50 cities nationwide. The pandemic, I think we can see, revealed many inadequacies of our healthcare system, the lack of a public health infrastructure, racial disparities, the inability of a profit-driven healthcare system to meet the needs of people, particularly as we see in Vermont, closure of rural hospitals or the attempt to close them, the lack of primary care access and mental health resources. But it clearly showed how employer-based health insurance is completely inadequate, as millions of people lost their jobs during this pandemic, and with it, their health insurance. Many studies, in case people are worried about financing, including the Congressional Budget Office, have shown how we can cover everyone in this country and at the same time save billions of dollars. But in particular for Putney, I think it's important to show how a national health insurance program, such as put forth in the Medicare-for-All Acts of 2019, would have an enormous impact on our town. Not only would it make our community healthier if all of our residents were covered and decrease racial disparities, but the town and its residents would also realize enormous savings. From the numbers I got from the town office, as well as from Frank Rucker, who's the business administrator at the SU, I calculated numbers that we would save $150,000 a year in healthcare costs just for our 10 town employees. And under single payer, savings from coverage of school, from the healthcare costs from school employees would be over $300,000 a year savings, which would affect our property taxes. And I think if we look at the meeting that we've had today, we can see that democracy and our financial health of our town has been talked about a lot. And I think both would be strengthened tremendously if everyone in our community was healthy. So I believe it's a great opportunity for Putney to add our name as a town expressing support for this national federal legislation, that we send that message to our representatives in Congress to work vigorously towards this, meaning that they speak about it a lot, which I think Bernie has, maybe the others have not so much, have it prominently on the website, and that they sponsor and co-sponsor legislation that will cover us in terms of our health care throughout this pandemic and beyond that.
Great, thank you, Jane. Are there any questions or comments about Article 12? And you use the raised hand feature. It's either under participants or reactions here. We have two. It's Alan Blood. Are you able to unmute yourself?
Very briefly, this is a great resolution. Strongly support both the content of it and also support the town expressing its opinion in this way. Thank you so much, Jane.
Great, thank you, Alan. Howard, are you able to unmute yourself? Yes.
There we go.
Yes, great.
First it was saying the host said I couldn't do it, so who knows? A question to, pardon me, a question to Dr. Katz-Field. The resolution that you have put before the town of Putney, given you mentioned the Vermont Medical Society and so on, is this being put before other town meetings in the state of Vermont?
Jane, are you able to answer that for Howard? Can you unmute? Yeah.
It takes so long to be accepted as an unmuted person. We are the only town in Vermont, I have heard, that is doing this. A lot of towns, it was actually very hard, as you can imagine, in COVID times to get the 5% of voters to sign something. And I think in larger towns, like it was tried in Springfield, Vermont, but the people who I know there who were trying to organize it just thought it was just too dangerous and hard to do. And I think there was someone in Montpelier who had a similar experience. So as far as I know, we're the only town in Vermont. There, last year, 4 towns in New Hampshire did pass it.
Thank you, Jane. Let's see, I have now Bert Tepfer. Are you able to unmute yourself? And great, turn on your screen. You did, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to enthusiastically support Jane's contribution here. It's pretty clear to me as a physician that we need to have and should have, and it's a moral imperative to have universal access to medical care. It's as simple as that. And I think this is at least one way we can express ourselves toward that end. So I enthusiastically support it.
Great, thank you, Bert. Lionel Chute, did I say it correctly that time, Lionel? Can you unmute yourself?
There, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you. And thanks for the pronunciation. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that the select board is viewing this resolution as binding, in the sense that if it's voted up, the select board will follow through and do exactly what it says, which is to call on the senators to work vigorously toward the immediate enactment of the legislation. And I'm assuming that the way that it would be done would be some sort of a letter on behalf of the town that the select board would instruct Karen to write and to submit. Is that true?
I think it is the town clerk.
It is. Jonathan might be able to speak to that.
It is. In past resolutions like this, I have certified the election results and sent it to the appropriate parties.
Well, if I could just follow up, I'm
Sure.
wondering if that's sufficient, because if what we're talking about is this being very important, and this is something that the town is voting on, and there's some urgency, I'm wondering if that would satisfy the petitioner as far as really following through with the intent of the petitioned article. So that's a question to the petitioner, please.
Jane, do you wish to answer Lionel's question?
Yes, thank you, Lionel. I would appreciate a separate letter with a more enthusiastic calling on of our representatives. So I would agree with Lionel.
Any questions from the select board? Do I see?
We're trying to sift through, we've had a legal opinion related to it being non-binding versus advisory. I personally, and I can only speak for myself, I personally am in agreement with this article, and I will happily, in my role, endorse it and do what I can to make sure that we follow through on that. But I'm only one of the select board members, and we are going to have one new select board member as of Tuesday. And
Should I read this?
yeah, I mean,
This is in relation to whether these two last articles are binding or non-binding. This is, he said that it was okay to read this, right?
yes.
Okay. This is from our town's legal counsel. VLCT and several Vermont cases. Can people hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. VLCT, which is the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, and several Vermont cases have held that if a petitioned article does not fall within specific legal authority granted to voters by statute, the select board has discretion to decide whether to omit the proposed article or include the article as an advisory, non-binding article for consideration. So I just want to highlight what I just read, because it says, what my understanding is, this is saying, if this petition article does not fall within the specific legal authority granted to voters by statute, the select board can put it on or not, and if they're putting it on, it's advisory and non-binding. 17 V.S.A. 26423A authorizes voters to submit articles by petition. Putney has had a long-standing tradition of including, within the town warning, advisory articles regarding political and social issues of the day. Again, this is Town Council's opinion. Articles 12 and 13 provide community voice on matters of current social importance. They are non-binding and advisory. The Vermont Supreme Court has had several opportunities to reiterate the discretionary authority granted to towns regarding petitioned articles. In the case of Clift v. City of South Burlington, 2007 VT3, city voters submitted a petitioned article urging the City Council to ask state legislators to enact legislation concerning parental notification prior to abortion for minors. The city declined to include the article and the voters appealed. The Supreme Court upheld the right of the City Council to decline the article because, quote, neither the city's voters nor the City Council was obligated to advise the legislature on pending legislation. There's something here that I think is a citation that I don't understand. The court went on to note that the city had discretion to include the advisory article to provide public discourse on the issue. The court stated, quote, allowing the city discretion to warn advisory articles, such as the one presented by petitioners, furthers the city's ability to balance the efficient transaction of city business with the provision of a local forum for discussing state and national issues. This is a little bit long, it still goes on. In the leading case of Skiff v. South Burlington South District, 2018 VT 564, the Supreme Court was faced with the question of whether the Burlington School District was obligated to include an article requesting the district to retain the Rebels name for the Burlington sports team. The court held that the district was within its right to refuse to include the article in a district-wide vote. The court held that petitioned items of business must be within the authority of voters to decide at a town or school district meeting. The court went on to state, quote, the statute 17 V.S.A 26423A does not include a right to include articles for a vote over which voters may have an opinion, but ultimately do not have the power to decide. Certainly a town or school district can include a petition non-binding advisory question on the ballot, but it is not required to do so under the statute. Because the petition sought a vote on an item that was outside of the voter's authority to decide and its result would have no binding effect, the district was not required by statute to include it in a district-wide vote, but could have elected to do so if it wished. Article 12 purports to encourage Putney's congressional representative to enact legislation regarding universal health care and is clearly advisory. Similarly, Article 13 calls upon the town of Putney collectively to address climate change issues by reducing release of greenhouse gases and supporting strategies to address global warming. That is also clearly advisory to the Select Board in their capacity as the town's legislative body. I just want to add something that my view of this is that we certainly can write a letter, and that if that is requested, I think we are all willing to do that. Right. But that this is not, I would rather just not get into a situation where it's like, we have to do something because this is how it is. I'd rather this be about, this is what people in the town would like. And I think the Select Board is perfectly happy to do that.
And I would say that applies to both articles. I think we all agree with this, but you know, how this falls under the non-binding category is we can write the letter, and I think we're all happy to do that, but we can't force anybody to enact legislation related to this. So in that sense, it's non-binding. So just so that's clear to people, and we're not arguing against either of these articles. We just want it to be clear what our legal authority to enact them is.
Yes,
so,
exactly. Well
Great.
said. Both of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Select Board, for that explanation of the situation with these types of articles. That's very helpful. Lionel, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you.
Oops, now you're unmuted. We had you and we lost you. Lionel Chute, can we, yep, there we go.
Me now?
Yes.
Thank you for that clarification. I'd like to say that I'm not convinced that the legal opinion that was received is settled law. I think rather what it is it's finding examples that basically support a position which is that the select board has discretion when it comes to these items. I believe that another attorney would find equal examples that could well advocate for and support a different outcome. Further, I'd like to say that I see a tremendous difference between this item and the next item. The next item has to do with obligating the town to actually make decisions with regards to its transportation fleet, its emissions, its lack of insulation in its public facilities, things that it can very much do on a real basis to reduce carbon emissions. It's not advisory, it's material. It's actually asking the town to walk its talk. We've already had resolutions in the past that have indicated the flavor of the town, the desire of the town to see us do something about climate change. And I grant that those were quite nebulous and quite theoretical. I see this item as different in that it's attempting to actually get the town to commit itself to reducing emissions, which is entirely measurable and again, entirely physical. And it is entirely within our control as voters and as town government to affect those changes. So I see a distinction between the two. And again, I feel that the opinion that the attorney has provided to the board was, again, not settled law, but rather an outcome. It was an attempt to support a desired outcome. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, and just for clarification in terms of our discussion now, we'll focus right now on Article 12, and then although they're both a similar state of how people understand their weight, but we want to keep them separate in our conversation. So are there any other people? Yes.
I just want to say, and I sometimes it's frustrating when we're sitting here having conversations that it feels like, I think that Meg needs to, not needs to, but Meg said it clearly in the beginning that when people are speaking, they're speaking in good faith. We're speaking in good faith. Yes. We're going to do what we can. And we're not saying we don't want to. If the voters of Putney vote for this, we will do what we can and we are legally able to do. So when we say that in a meeting that's being recorded, that feels like accountability to me. And it's frustrating when people indicate that we're trying to sort of skirt something, because we aren't. We're trying to fulfill our legal obligation as elected officials, and we are, we're obliged to get legal advice on things, so we're informed. I agree with you. I'm sure there's a ton of lawyers who could disagree with it if they chose to. We're not trying to disagree with anything. We're just pointing out the information we have been provided and what we'll work on. But if the voters of Putney vote for something, whether it's binding or not, we'll do our best to try and do what the desire of the voters is. And I feel like sometimes that message doesn't get through, and I don't really understand why, but that's where we tend to fall as select board members.
All right, thank you, Josh. At the moment, I'm not seeing any hands up, and we're discussing Article 12. Is there anybody who wishes to weigh in, either for or against Article 12? And I've moved my machine to the, oh, here we go. We have clapping. So, oh yes, and there's other things you can do on Zoom. You can have party favors explode. You can do all sorts of things on Zoom. So I think you can even make me look like a kitty, I've been told. But I don't know.
That would be so easy to do.
Yeah, yeah. I always wanted to be a cat. So it looks like right now we're getting support, party favors, etc., and no hands raised. So I think, given that, I'm going to move on to Article 13. Shall the town of Putney declare that an ecological and climate emergency threatens our town, state, nation, and all of humanity and our natural world? With appropriate financial and regulatory assistance from the state and federal authorities, the town of Putney commits to a town-wide effort to combat this imminent threat by reducing the release of greenhouse gases that promote global warming, by promoting zero carbon electricity, heating, and transportation systems. Second, supporting adaptation and resilience strategies for our residents in preparation for intensifying local climate impacts. Gino Palmieri, are you here? Are you
You're on mute, Gino.
you able to unmute yourself?
There you go.
Now I'm able. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi. So can I make a statement about Article 13?
Yes, please.
Okay. So climate emergency. It sounds alarming, doesn't it? It's intended to at least raise eyebrows. But this article is not a threat to any Putney residents. It should help to protect us. We are at greater risk of more extreme storms like Irene, wild changes in rainfall patterns and temperature. That will affect our livelihoods, natural resources, and our beloved landscape. Voting yes on Article 13 allows us to put more effort into preparedness. We are not satisfied with just taking what's handed down to us from state and national levels. We are ourselves searching for ways to grow still more efficient and resilient. This would add Putney, this article would add Putney to its rightful place on the growing list of forward-thinking towns and cities that have approved this declaration. So much of what will be required of us is already in our town plan. It's 5 or 6 years old. It was very aspirational. Some of you might remember in our 2018 town meeting, we passed an Article 16, a merely advisory climate resolution. There was talk about doing more then. This year, we have the logical next step before us, action by the town. So Article 13 gives us a momentous opportunity. Tell our town government to take an enlightened approach to planning and decision-making, because we care not just about ourselves, but also about our grandchildren and generations to come. We either come together as a community or we keep our heads in the sand about the threats that are coming our way. To conclude, I'll repeat the old saying that Mike Merwicki said at last year's town meeting. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is today. Let's plant that acorn by voting yes on Article 13.
Great. Thank you, Gino. Seeing hands clapping, etc. And we have some hands up. Yes, yes, select board.
I wanted to thank you, Gino, especially for the last line of the main paragraph, with appropriate financial and regulatory assistance from state and federal authorities, because that I feel like you are really acknowledging that we need support in this effort, that we can't just do it. We can't do everything we would want to do. We certainly can do some things, but that it's a good idea for us to, if there's any of, I don't know how discretionary any of the funding coming down from the state is, but that it's important to feel like we're supported, and it's not just the residents of the town that have to perhaps have a huge burden on themselves in order to meet certain goals.
Go ahead. Can I also want to add that we have regularly done improvements to our buildings and our infrastructure as we have been able in order to improve our efficiency. And so we haven't been ignoring that. We have had a long-standing energy committee, which had been somewhat inactive for a few years now and has recently been rekindled. But, you know, for example, we're part of a solar agreement. So there's a significant portion of our electricity that powers town buildings comes from a solar array. We have installed mini splits in the fire department. We have worked on improving the insulation and efficiency of town hall over the years. You know, we've been working on this, and we do try and keep chipping away at it all the time. Sometimes it's a question of money. Sometimes, I mean, many of you will remember 2 years ago, Doug Grant brought up, maybe it was last year, but I think it was 2 years ago, Doug Grant brought up electric vehicles for our vehicle inventory. We'd love to do that. At this point, it's economically unfeasible. So we do try and be forward thinking in this. And I agree with Bara. I think that's an important sentence to highlight. And I want people to know that this is stuff that we pay attention to. We have an energy committee that hopefully will be really advising us in some of the most current activities we can be undertaking in this respect. But it's something we have been doing all the time, and we continue to do it and continue to want to do it.
And I don't know if the Energy Committee has already done this, or if this is something that's even within their purview. So if it's not, that's okay. But looking for funding sources would be wonderful, because I don't think there's anybody in town who would say no to more efficiency and even electrical cars. That really, it almost always comes down to, is this going to make me so that I don't feel like I can eat, you know?
Right. Yeah. And I'd like to say that they've already both made all my points. I just want to say that when I first responded to this, my fear was just what Bear said, and that is that I'm all for becoming more efficient, and the intent of this article, but not if we can't afford it. We have to do it, like Josh was saying, as we can do that. So the thing the words in this that were bothersome to me were assistance instead of funding. I would pick funding, because assistance implies that we're going to have to pay for it too, and I don't know that we can right now, considering what we just went through with the budgets to try to level fund. And the other is the word commits. What's the definition of commits? If we pass this, do we still have total control over how we commit and when we commit, and how, as we can afford it? Because like they were saying, we don't want to create hardship on people that they can't bear. So,
but I also think that we all realize that this is in fact an imminent threat, and that time is of the essence. And you know, that's a very delicate balance about what we can afford or can't afford now versus what it's going to cost us later. And we are acutely aware of that aspect of it as well.
Thank you.
Great. So we have several hands up, and why don't we see what the voters of Putney have on their mind? Alan Blood, are you able to unmute yourself? Looks like
I strongly support this article. I think it's very well written. I'm not at all worried that this is going to break Putney. I think in the long run, it's going to save us money by being more efficient. I am on the Energy Committee, and we're currently working on writing an energy plan for the town of Putney. And I'm hoping that if this passes, that the Energy Committee will consider including this article in the town energy plan. I'm going to have that discussion with them next week when we have our next meeting.
great.
So
Thank
can
you.
I
Yes.
ask a question of Alan? Actually, have you talked on the committee about funding sources or anything like grant writing, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Great.
Not. We haven't solved everything yet.
No, really?
Come on now, time's of the essence.
Thank you, Alan. That's great. That's good to hear.
Okay, and now Ann Carey, are you able to unmute yourself? I think that's what, *6?
Hey, I also strongly support this. I think the wording is very well done, and especially with appropriate financial and regulatory assistance from state and federal authorities. And we know that quite a bit of that is coming down the pike, probably fairly shortly, and we should be prepared to take advantage of it. As Alan said, this in the long run, this will make us, I think probably more viable. And also, it just simply, the town is committing to promote and support adoption of resilient strategies, heading towards zero carbon electricity and so on. So I think it's well written. I think I'm really glad to see the Energy Committee up and running again and able to take the ball on this. And I really think it would be great for them to have this support from the town. So I'm definitely for it. And I'd also like to say, in terms of resilient strategies, the Conservation Commission has recommended in our hazard mitigation plan that climate change be included as a hazard. And that also suggests some mitigating strategies that might be taken. So yes, let's vote this one up.
Great, thank you, Anne. Next, I have Jamie Contois. Are you able to unmute yourself? And if you can share your screen, that's great.
Hi.
Yes, we can hear you.
It says no video. I'll try again.
Oh, there you are.
Great. I wanted to say thank you for doing this. This has brought something up that affected our family this year, and I thought this was a great time to talk about it with this many people in the town. For the first time, our 500-foot deep well dried this year for 7 days. And what it made me aware of is the cost of drilling a new well, and how this disproportionately impacts people who don't have the ability to afford a new well, and that what climate change is going to mean for the ability to flush your toilet or have a clean glass of water, or how much of your day is spent gathering water. I was able to measure out how many gallons of water our family needed every day. And it was just shocking to figure out how to gather water every day for our family's needs to keep our house sanitary and functioning. So it was shocking, and it just made me realize what a critical thing this is to address as a community, and also to help each other, to look at how strategies to support each other to address the real impacts of drought and other climate change impacts on families of every economic experience in our community. I talked to Emily Zervis at the library. She said I could mention her and maybe someone could unmute her, because there was a component of this that she intersected with as well that came up in a meeting we were at.
Hey folks, I'm happy to speak to that. I'm in the awkward position of not being able to raise my hand. So if you'd like me to wait and call on me later, I'm okay with that too.
Howard, is it all right if Emily continues, or I'm asking Howard because he's next in line. But since you're here, Emily, I'm going to suggest, why don't you go in, Emily, and then we're going to turn to Howard.
Thanks. Sorry again about not being able to raise my hand. It's because I'm a co-host. Jamie's referring to something that happened at the library, or that I realized was happening at the library when I was in the library at an odd time, because we were having a program, and I accidentally discovered a family taking filling large food service buckets at the library spigot, and they told me that their well had run dry, and that multiple other families were also using the library's spigots for water for their families. And it dawned on me how easy that would be to, have happen, especially with the cost of well drilling. And I reached out to a lot of different social services and Tom Goddard at the time, and we put notes at all of the library spigots. I was turning them off for the winter anyway, and I put notes about, resources for other water, but there's no great resource for other, for water if your well has run dry in Putney. And that's what I discovered. That was a couple of years ago, and things might have changed since then. But I just wanted to give that perspective from a, there's no, to my knowledge, there's no municipal source of water that people can rely on during that time. And it answered my question of why the library's water use was so high, because I was looking for leaks and, trying to understand why our usage had gone up, and that was the answer. So that's all from me.
Thank you, Emily, for sharing that story, and Jamie as well. Okay, let's move to Howard, who right now is the only hand up on this article. Are you able to unmute yourself, Howard?
There, now I can.
Great.
Once again, it said I couldn't, but then I guess it relented. I don't know, maybe it was something I said or didn't say.
I don't know. I think you may have to do a sacrificial something or other at an altar.
Oh, I do that every day anyway.
Great.
Being a native Vermonter. Coming back to the legal decision that was legal opinion that was read earlier. It cited Vermont Supreme Court decisions that I have read because they've been cited elsewhere, as Dr. Mott and I know. These decisions were narrowly decided because the town governments obviously did not have jurisdiction. Now I switch to the Office of the Vermont Secretary of State Elections Division, a document that you can read online called Petitioning Your Local Government. I quote, "All articles having issues that Vermont law states the voters or electorate are capable of deciding and binding the town must be placed on the warning by the Select Board," unquote. Thinking globally and acting locally, Putney town voters are capable of deciding and binding our town government to spend our money and to obtain grants and subsidies, reducing its release of greenhouse gases, promoting net zero carbon energy use, and supporting adaptation and resilience strategies. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Howard. So I don't have any other hands up for our articles, which means that I am going to be signing off and turning it to Josh Laughlin, Chair of the Select Board, for the remaining items on the agenda. And thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Meg.
Meg, I don't know whether you know the answer to this. I don't know whether we're going to have much come up, but how are we then going to facilitate that?
If there's other business.
If there's other business. Are you willing to stick with us to facilitate that for a little while?
I can do it for a little while, and then things may be calling and I may be unhooking myself.
That's fine. Let's see. I'm not sure there will be a whole lot, but there may be.
Okay.
One other topic of
one other question. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I just noticed that I see the difficulty that you guys would have if I abandon ship, because I get to see what the hands are that are up.
Exactly.
And so I hadn't really thought that through. So let's go as planned, that I will stay with this unless I need to take a break.
Okay, sounds good. So
Eva has her hand up, and Eva, is there something you wanted to say about other business?
You're on, Eva.
Eva, yes.
Well, what I wanted to say before we slipped along and forgot, that I really appreciate the Select Board and the town manager and the great work that you do and the patience that you have with the populace when we're not informed or when we're emotionally excited about something and we kind of overflow. But especially I want to thank Vera, who, as you all know, used to be our librarian in town. And before that, she was a Yale. She went to Yale, and then she came here and worked in a law office. Hallelujah!
Eva,
that you were willing.
Eva, I've asked you to not do that. I've asked you to not do that.
Vera, that you were willing to offer your services for this length of time. You've been brilliant. Yeah. I think that other two Select Board members would agree. If you do, please let me see you applaud the other two Select Board members. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
We also would like to respect Vera's privacy, which perhaps Eva
doesn't know how to do that.
No, Eva's not always Eva's strong.
Well, listen, let me say this. A lot of people might have forgotten that she was librarian at one point.
I did. Right.
Uh-huh. Okay, okay, goodbye.
Eva, thank you
Okay.
very much. Thank
Yeah.
you. I don't mean to give you a hard time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eva.
You deserve a hard time.
Okay, so like,
So
I also have a hand up with Robin Ekstrom. Robin Ekstrom, did you want to jump in? Is this
Yeah.
about other business?
Hi. Yeah, if it isn't too late, I actually had a question about the last article and
Sure.
that, to the select board. Given my understanding of, or my reading of the last two articles, just to underline what I believe both Mr. Chute and Mr. Fairman said, there is a difference between the two, that the first is advisory and the second is a directive. I was just wondering how the select board would actually see that playing out in the event of something like, say, a vehicle purchase, as I believe Mr. Laughlin, Chairman Laughlin already mentioned. The subject was raised several years ago in light of purchasing a truck, and just wondered how they would see this playing out. And I'll just listen for the answer. Thank you.
So sorry, David didn't hear your question, so I'm just going to repeat sort of the part of it. Robin is wondering how an article like this may play out for us on the select board end as to how we would follow through on things. An example with an electric vehicle, and I brought that up because it's an interesting example of something. The most recent example we have is our fire truck, which we had voted last year to potentially spend $550,000 on. Roughly the electric equivalent of that, which is actually not full electric, it's a hybrid, is about 1.2 million. So in a situation like that, I think that, as these things become more the norm, and I think that municipal trucks, and particular maybe things like loaders, because as you may well know, for example, in the mining industry, a huge number of those vehicles are already electric. So those vehicles will become available to us, and then it will be up to town voters to decide whether they want to spend the money. It'll be up to us to propose that. But as it is now, electric vehicles tend to be on the order of roughly, for this type of vehicle, roughly the order of 2 to 3 times the cost. So, but other ways, Robin, I can imagine would be continuing to improve infrastructure for insulation and take advantage of funding as that's available, because I think that will be coming through from the state, hopefully, some of that. And whether the other thing we've done, and I spoke about this not too long ago at a meeting, was acting as a pass-through organization for loans to lower income folks who want to do weatherization projects on their homes. I think we should explore more solar options. I've always thought that the south side of the fire station would make a tremendous place for a whole bunch more panels. Things along those lines. And
also heat pumps are incredibly efficient. And if you can get them to run on solar panels, it's amazing.
Then there's no exactly.
cost.
And a good example, in town hall, we could definitely change the heat pumps, and we've talked about that, but we haven't done it. But my personal feeling would be that that's one of the reasons that we're so happy to have the Energy Committee back in a position where they're going to be functioning, because we would look hard to them for recommendations as what the most effective and cost-effective means of achieving the highest benefits as quickly as possible. So that's where I fall on it.
Wastewater too.
Great.
Yeah.
We also have Ann Carey with a hand up. Ann, are you able to unmute?
Hi, this is Ann Carey. I just, as an older resident of Putney, want to say thank you for organizing all of these virtual get-togethers, including people who only have phones, and also for the November election during the COVID, which, really, it's lovely to have a town where we know we have a safe and secure elections going on. So I just wanted to say thanks so much to everyone responsible for that. John, the town manager, assistant manager, so on and so forth. I mean, thanks to everyone.
And I
Thank
would
you, Ann.
highlight in that, yeah, thank you, but I certainly would highlight, particularly surrounding elections, John Johnson has been really,
Yeah.
really adept at coming up with solutions and answers to a lot of challenging questions and really acting on it. But
And Kim Monroe, assistant.
And Kim,
to the town
yeah.
clerk, been
And-
really great.
But I also, Karen and Alyssa have been remarkable in how they have carried town hall through this. It's been a challenging period for all of us, and they have done an exceptional job. So thank you.
Great. Yeah. Thanks, everybody. Well, I don't see any more hands up.
I just want to reiterate, Eva already did it, but I want to reiterate our gratitude to Bara for having stepped in on an interim basis. She's been a tremendous addition, and I am guessing we will turn to her going forward when we have certain ideas that we think we need a certain type of person to help us with. And I'm really glad to have gotten to know her and have her as a resource going forward. So thank you, Bara. Really helpful.
Can I?
Karen, yeah.
So I just want to thank also the first responders. I know we have some new people in the department and Tom's leadership down there, but also Brian Harlow for doing
Yes.
a good job with his crew. And I also want to thank the community for supporting us because it gets overwhelming and we are listening to you. I've said that before. And we definitely need to work together on a lot of different things, but we do have to come together. So thank you.
So, and I have just a quick thing. Thank you to everybody here who put this on. Karen, thank you for everything. You've been wonderful. It's been a really hard year.
I've had help.
You have
I
held
have
up and
help.
taken the high road, and thank you for that. And Josh, I'm constantly leaning on you, and I appreciate all your help
Yes.
and everything you've done here for me. And
Thank you.
Vera, I think you should still be on this board. It's just my opinion. I know you don't want to, and I'm hoping you take that as the compliment it's meant as. You're phenomenal. And working with these people it's been enlightening. I've learned so much in the last 2 years. Thank you.
That's
And
great.
I know, Meg, you might need to leave, but we couldn't have done this without
Yeah.
you. You
Yeah.
did an
Yeah.
That was
amazing
great.
job.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And
And
one other thank you that we need to do though is to BCTV
BCTV.
Yeah.
and all their
Yeah.
sponsors.
And the library.
Thank you.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Okay, we're done.
That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out to the public information meeting.
Oh, there's
Thank
yours.
you. Everybody have a
Take
great
care.
day.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Are we back on?
Oh,
Are
we
we-
are,
are we
okay,
done?
we have
Are
to
we done,
adjourn.
Josh?
We have to adjourn.
Oh,
We have to
yes. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn
I
this
make
public
a motion
hearing.
to adjourn.
Second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn our public hearing on the articles for 2021 town meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Thanks, Meg.
Bye. Thank you.